Welcome, trainers, to the Unity European Cup. And good morning if you are in North America. It is morning for me. It is 10 a.m. here in California. Kyle, I believe it's a little later on in the day, but if you are tuning in from Europe, I hope you are having a good evening. Drake Husan and Steel Agent Kyle on the mic for you today. I believe we have some other casters joining us in a few hours, but let's check in with you, Kyle. It's definitely been not too long since we've casted together. How are you doing, dude?
Been like a week. Time flies when you're casting a lot of Pokemon Unite. Had a great cast yesterday. Got to cast with Alex, and then him and Spartan Tano took it home in the stream yesterday. So been a lot of action here in Unity Cup.
Yeah, Unity European Cup has been around for some time. Of course, it was hosted by Pump last year. Big shout outs to him for setting up this foundation. But big shout outs to all the production, Shivam in the back, Jay in the back working on production. But if you are tuning into the Unity European Cup, it's a quite ambitious venture and pretty successful so far. We are currently in stage 3 of the Unity European Cup. 14 teams were at the start of the Unity Cup, and we are now, I believe, in 12 teams moving on into stage 3. There is going to be one more stage 4. I believe it's about a month-long tournament. These teams, again, going for $600 as the penultimate prize pool at the end. But stage 3 started yesterday, and Kyle, any observations from that? We are going to be seeing Group A and Group C today. We're going to be seeing France versus Austria, Germany versus Unity Country, but starting off with that Germany Unity Country. We didn't see them so far. I do know that Germany last year in the Unite European Cup, they did end in 3rd place, so they are definitely a favorite moving on into stage 4 and in today's event. Of course, we have a crowd favorite in Gatlu on Germany, but any predictions here, Kyle?
I mean, I really like this Germany squad, obviously. Some familiar faces. Gatlu. Has anybody heard of that here on this channel? I don't know.
Maybe.
To be determined if anybody's heard of that player. He'll be taking the top lane along with Void, Venom, Indigo, GG, Daddy Leon, and I can't see a little bit cut off on that last one, but Laura Twish. I'm gonna butcher that, so I'm not even gonna try on that one, Draco.
Yeah, these dang Americans can't say these names clearly. Their opponents today in Group C are going to be Unity Country, again, all best of 3s. You can see the graphic on the screen. 9 Apple, Sunny Love, Salute, Mugi, Pepsa, and Shadoy is going to round out Unity Country. Again, they are going to be going up against Germany, definitely a crowd favorite, of course, because this is on Gatlu's channel, but I think generally because they are going into today's event as the 3rd place team from last year's UEC, they're definitely looking to win a huge chunk of that $600 prize pool. And after this set today, or after this set, we're going to be moving on over to Group A. We saw a little bit of them yesterday. Austria went up against, remind me again who their opponent was, Kyle? It was UK. And I believe Austria did unfortunately go down 0-2. But they are going to be going against another crowd favorite in France, and they were number 1 last year. So I guess a story we can tell is that Austria is definitely on the fence of being knocked out today. We're going to go ahead and introduce them as well. This is Sazuro. Let me pull up their team really quickly. Sazuro, Utah, Resu, Megu, and Nachos. Again, that wonder duo of Utah and Megu is always something to pay attention to. Austria, Senpaj, Otto, and I'm gonna butcher this one, Kyle. This is Latziten, Tron, and Niot, and again, another huge crowd favorite on the side of France, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm very worried for Austria. They kind of have an uphill battle to climb. They lost yesterday 0-2, and they have to face the reigning champs. That is a tall task. So they're going to have to put on a show. We saw them last week, too. I saw Niat was able to pick up that Venusaur and had just an amazing play at the end. I loved watching them play that, but France is going to be ready for them, man. France is a tough team.
Yeah, you always got to worry about Nachos. They are a fantastic jungle carry Pokemon, our top laner. I do know they have a Zoroark in their pocket, so their speedster roster, their speedster pool is definitely something to pay attention to. But pretty packed day, in my opinion. We get to see 2 top 5 or at least top 3 teams that participated in the Unity Cup last year. So pretty high quality games for you today. Before we get into game number 1, again, that's going to be Germany and Unity Country. Let's go ahead and talk about the metagame. It's been pretty, I wouldn't say stale, but it's been fairly stagnant over the last couple of weeks. We haven't had a patch so far. I do know, at least in the North American side of things, EX Pokemon, or at least what used to be called EX Pokemon, they are somewhat running rampant right now. I think Ho-Oh, Miraidon, definitely some top picks we're going to be seeing today. Again, a lot of all-rounders in the game right now, a lot of representation for that class, both in the first pick slots, but also in the bans. Expect a lot of Charizard, Blaziken, Mimikyu, Ceruledge to be either represented on the teams or in the ban slots. In the attacker role, Kyle, anything out of the ordinary here? I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Pikachu, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say Pikachu, Armarouge, kind of those premier attackers, those bot laners. One thing that I've been playing and having a decent amount of success with is Miraidon with XP share. I think it's a very interesting pick. I mean, you saw teams like Fennel utilize attackers with XP shares when they don't need to evolve or be like that hyper carry. And I think Charge Beam Miraidon kind of falls into that category. So something to kind of maybe look out for. Even with the XP share, I mean, you just kind of sit back, let your tanks do the damage, and you just fire those charge beams from a safe distance. You could do some crazy numbers, 100k damage pretty easily. So I've had a decent amount of success with it. But yeah, I think Pikachu and Armors are still kind of those top tier, and I think we'll kind of see teams prioritize those 2 picks.
Yeah, I feel like right now, since the Worlds is a couple of months ago in the past now, I think a lot of teams right now are definitely testing some of the attackers in that supporter roster. You were mentioning Fennel. I believe they picked up a number of attackers in one of the most recent Asia tournaments, Miraidon being one of the EXP shareholders. We know some classic attacker support mixes of like Pikachu, Espeon, Mew can hold that EXP share as well. So again, in that role specifically, there is quite a bit of flexibility, either flexing into a normal mage attacker or to a more supportive attacker with that EXP share. But one thing about Europe that's really interesting is how high tempo, high pace they love to play. They love to play a lot of speedsters. I know Gatlu has a Dodrio. One thing that we may see today is a Greedent, which is pretty high velocity as well, pretty strong early game, maybe even going for an invade and then just being everywhere across the map. And on that group A side, again, France, Nachos plays a lot of Zoroark, loves to play Dodrio as well, so we might be seeing some speedster comfy options. So expect pretty high velocity, high tempo games from both these group C and group A games.
I would even throw in Zoroark on Nachos. I feel like I've seen them play that as well, which I'm all for. I think Zeraora is spicy enough. I thought we saw a little bit of success with it in Worlds, but probably not to the extent. But it's something that won here in Unity Clash in the summer showdown. We saw a lot of Zoroark, and we saw the grand finals team able to take it. They didn't get represented in Worlds, but they brought it into probably the biggest tournament before Worlds. So biggest stage, I think there were 10 plus teams that were represented at Worlds in that tournament, and they beat all of them. So maybe we see more Zoroark or Zeraora.
Yeah, I mean, the Toon is not playing today, so most likely not going to see a Zeraora.
Fair.
I think Toon was the pilot of Zeraora in Renowned Esports at Worlds, but I do expect to see some very interesting and ace picks come out today. I think just going back to that Zoroark pick there, are very few and far between Zoroark players out there in the world now. It's just a very difficult character to play, and it's very, I would say, volatile too, because of how risky it is, right? You have to be almost frame perfect with your cleanses, know when to engage, and sometimes that is very difficult, especially when there's a Pikachu, Slowbro, Mimikyu Unite move, Charizard Unite move, a lot of these bounded type Unite moves in the metagame right now.
Yeah, there's just so many of those single targets. Like you said, Mimikyu, Slowbro, Serena. We've seen a lot of Serena lately. We saw it get represented a decent amount yesterday and have pretty good success. So maybe teams are prioritizing that in that top lane. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have saw it in the bottom lane yesterday. But we got the bans out, and just as we predicted, Draco, that Miraidon, that Cerulege, and Armarouge getting banned, and now this Urshifu, another Pokemon that's kind of rose in the meta.
Yeah, it's just another one of those all-rounders that's just so good in the metagame. I mean, both that Water Urshifu or the Dark variant of the Urshifu is really strong, and bounded Unite moves kind of right now are defining the metagame. Again, we were talking about Charizard, Mimikyu, Slowbro, those types of Pokemon, but we see Zacian and Mamoswine coming out to play on the side of Unity Country. That's our orange side team. Germany is on the left-hand side. Pikachu coming out to play with a lot of protection in front, and once again, we're seeing that support-oriented Pikachu. You can see those small bubbles underneath the Pikachu icon. Has an EXP share, and so Daddy Leon most likely taking this Ho-Oh in the top path is going to be double stacking with that cursed bangle.
Yeah, if they leave that on, I want to say that might be that fly flamethrower Ho-Oh. I really like that build. It does a ton of damage. It's surprisingly good, especially if you could get that cursed item working on things like that Eldegoss to prevent the healing. So I actually really like the Ho-Oh, and I think it's pretty strong in that way. I think the one thing you have to worry about is if it's that frontline player, then you kind of have to be careful about that Unite move. If they're not able to Unite move when your team goes down because it's the first thing down, it kind of negates the use of that Unite.
I really like this Absol pick. They can go into that Unite move anytime there is an opposing team's Unite move on top of it, right? You can mitigate some of the burst damage from the Leafeon's Unite move, burst damage from the Gyarados, Pikachu, and even maybe the Umbreon's Unite move as well. And I'm most likely going to be going with a Psycho Cut variant of Absol. We can see that X attack, and they definitely do need that burst, especially with two defenders on the other side. So do expect to see a lot of damage coming out of this Absol in order for them to break this front line of Umbreon and Ho-Oh.
I'd be interested to see what goes up with this Gyarados. I imagine it'll probably be the Umbreon, but you could see the Pikachu since it is kind of that support, but I imagine we're going to want to see that in the bottom path. So not necessarily the strong A-press pressure that you would get if you pair it with something like a Hoopa or an Eldegoss. So I'll be interested to see kind of how this plays out for Gatlu in the top lane. Obviously a very strong character, very strong player, made worlds. Obviously we're here on his channel, so we have to talk. We have to say good things about Gatlu, right? Is that the rule?
I think that's in our contract, Kyle.
I think so.
I'm sure Gatlu's probably a good-looking guy this evening. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but I think in terms of these team comps, I think one thing for Germany is they need to weather the early game. I would say in terms of the early game tempo, Unity Country has a better early game, but it's really mitigated by this Leafeon pick, right? But you gotta worry about where specifically this Gyarados and this Umbreon go, because those are some characters to watch in the early game, or at least things to mitigate from getting their later game evolutions.
And I'm wrong. We see Pikachu go to the top lane with the Magikarp. And actually, this Pikachu might be preventing a little bit of an invade, but also grabbing this red buff, allowing it to get that slow onto the enemy in that top path. We'll see how that plays out with the pressure from this Eldegoss.
Yeah, two-player rotation to the top path. Leafeon is going to go for that classic level 4 gank. Gatlu's still alive despite looking at a Gossifleur and a Zacian on the other side. I think Pikachu was actually able to get that one with the Thunder Shock, handing over a little bit more experience to that Leafeon. Gatlu just working on these Bumblebees, and, quite a surprising start here for Unity Country. I think they should have maybe taken some more risks, but of course, with that red buff on the Pikachu, it's always a little bit scary to go up against an auto attacker that also has a lot of hindrance in its abilities, but also that red buff too.
Yeah, 850 birds coming online. Magikarp getting ever so close with that effort gauge. Pikachu allowing them to get a lot of these hits on the farm has kind of enabled that. No KOs just yet, but we see what happens with these birds. Big Thunder, big Electro Ball from this Pikachu. Absol looks to target them. That's going to force Germany back on their pad.
Yeah, you know, this kind of conservative approach right now for Unity Country is always going to be in the favor of Germany because they have, again, this Magikarp. 4-player rotations at the top path. Didn't really get a whole lot of value out of that. And take a look at the top left corner of your screen, Gyarados on the field.
Yeah, it's huge for Gyarados to be online right now, so that's exactly what Gatlu wants. Is Absol trying to get the KO on Umbreon, but it's too tanky down here. Here comes the flamethrowers like we had thought. Hurricane hits. Gonna try to go. Is this Swinub gonna get out? No, barely on 1 HP, Draku.
Oh, I don't know if Flamethrower has residual burn damage, but able to make it back to that tier 1 goal zone nonetheless. And take a look at the center area here. Germany is going to take all of this farm off the field. And like I was saying, Unity Country really needed to lean into their strong early game. And right now it just feels like they're struggling in the early game. 47-0 quarter way through the game.
Residual burn, the name of my next metal band. But look at this Gyarados going in for the bounce, targeting the Eldegoss. Eldegoss gonna just have to back up, and look at these points come in. Great, perfect from Germany, but the Zacian is too strong. The points go in, but they get the KOs. They get the last laugh, does that Zacian.
All right, Zacian does have that empowered. Here comes that Sacred Sword, 4-player push on this tier 1 goal zone. Gyarados doing a really good job. Is able to KO the Absol. They do get a wipe here in the top path. Here comes the Pikachu, followed by the Umbreon. Both defenders still in the bottom path. And you got to be very careful, especially with a lock-on ability like Electro Ball. Easy to get a KO there on that Cramorant.
Not only that, but they went ahead and ejected into it to ensure that they got the KO. That was pretty big for the Pikachu. Absol gets mean looked, and Umbreon just walks away like nothing happened. Piloswine, though, using Ice Fang, trying to take down this Leafeon. It's a tall task, especially with the Fire Spin from that Ho-Oh, keeping it safe.
Both teams now are pivoting down to this Registeel that has spawned in the bottom path. So Cycle Cut on the Registeel. Huge Unite move coming out of Leafeon. Unfortunately, is not really able to get anything going, and a win going over to Unity Country. A KO streak of 2 from the Ho-Oh. They do have that Unite move available to them. Absol going into that Unite move, trying to push them off their tier 1 goals on Volt Tackle. Is going to keep them in place. Cramorant is here. Here comes the Zacian. They do have that Unite move, so gotta be very careful if you're on the side of Germany, not biting too far close to the sun. They lose 2 characters in the bottom path, Kyle.
Ho-Oh might have got their hands stuck in the cookie jar a little bit too long. However, this Regieleki's still up in the top half. Germany taking it to him in the score line, but levels are catching up here for Unity Country. Getting that K on the Ho-Oh is pretty big for them, but this objective is going to be very important. See if some more points go in, but 16 points left on this goal. Germany might want to win a fight and break it first.
Yeah, and it looks like Unity Country is going to start working on that eject button with the bounce. He's going to lock in onto the Absol, and the Leafeon is going to take him to the dance class. A lot of Unite moves coming out here for both teams. Ho-Oh does have that Unite move, but they are in the bottom path. Nowhere to be found to resurrect their team. 148-46, a 102-point lead by Germany. But right now, it looks like Unity Country is looking pretty good on the levels. Level 11 on the Cramorant, 2 level 10s, and defenders looking pretty good too.
That's exactly what you want for Unity Country. They're a little bit behind, but they ended up just trading, so a lot of the XP ends up going to them. Here goes Pikachu. Big Electro Ball onto the Absol, but Absol is going to Midnight Slash and help get that Regieleki. That's going to walk towards this T1. Ho-Oh's going to frontline, utilize that Fire Spin, gets a KO on Absol. Hurricane throws the Ho-Oh up into the sky, but that's going to allow a little bit of time for Unity Country to maybe peel back, because Ho-Oh is not done yet. Another Fire Spin goes in. Pikachu gets a KO onto the Zacian. Flamethrowers are hitting deep, hitting hard, getting the goal zone. 40-point cap in. That's a 37-point overtuck for Germany.
Yeah, with the Absol nowhere to be found, just farming on their side of the map, they literally do not have enough damage to take down even the Ho-Oh, right? Of course, you have an Umbreon right next to it, having that healing, that burst healing with the Wish, but look at that shield that the Ho-Oh is able to build while they're in that Fire Spin. It's such a difficult character to take off, and without their carry there in Absol, they just have no chance at taking this down. A huge team fight once again, breaking down the bottom path. Mammoth Mash is going to mash that one up for Unity Country, able to get a KO streak of 2 and now make that a KO streak of 3. Lightning Storm coming down here on this tier 1 goal zone, trying to defend the pad, but even with the buff to the amount of Thunderbolts coming down, cannot stop Unity Country from shocking on in.
Surprising that they were able to essentially hold that pad 1v5 for as long as they did. It does go down, but the damage is done. Unity Country is looking for more KOs into this jungle. Here comes the Gatling Bolt Missile. Cramorant zoning out the team. Not only that, but taking names, taking 2 KOs, making 3, but Ho-Oh's going to resurrect them. Rekindling Flame. That's going to keep this fight going. A 4 KO for this Cram now, Draku.
Yeah, I don't know. You use that Rekindling Flame Unite move, just gave another 2 KOs to the Cramorant. Of course, they have time to build that one back, but sometimes you just have to recognize when you're at a losing disadvantage, you bring your team back to just get KO'd again, and even more experience being handed over to this Cramorant, who's on their way to being level 14 at the 2-minute mark.
Not only that, but Absol's already 13. They have access to their Unite move, and this score lead that Germany was holding on to for so long has started to dwindle. It's only 21 points, and if this Regieleki walks in, that's a 1-point lead. So we'll see how they want to go ahead and defend this. I believe Germany should go ahead and clear this off, but that is going to allow Unity Country to maybe set up in this Rayquaza pit a tad early.
Yeah, 30 seconds left before the final stretch. Zacian getting some farm in the back, maybe building some of that Eos up in its pocket. 50 points, so a full pocket for all those enhanced abilities. Right now, Unity Country, really strong position in the bottom left corner of the Rayquaza pit. They got to be very careful walking into any of these tall grasses. Of course, Umbreon is probably the best character to face check these bushes. Ho-Oh is going to find 3 characters in this bottom path, make that 4 characters with the Cramorant walking in as well. There is a lot of vision for both teams right now. I think important players to watch is going to be the positioning of these speedsters.
Oh, almost got caught there. That could have been a huge play for Unity Country, taking out the Ho-Oh right before the Ray. But this party is getting started. Bounce from the Gyarados onto the Zacian. Zacian's going to look to try to Sacred Sword it. All these Unite moves are getting expended. Absol getting a KO on the Pikachu. That's the only thing down now. Leafeon down. The flames have been rekindled. Pokemon are resurrected. Now here comes the Thunderstorm from Pikachu, but it's not enough, Draku. This Zacian, this Unity Country is getting the KOs, and now they are in great position for this Rayquaza.
Yeah, take a look at this, Kyle. Unity Country giving the number 3 seed for the European Cup a run for their money. Unfortunately, Gatlu's going to be losing game number 1. At least it looks like here. They got to score some points. Mammoth is going to be able to score 96 on that bottom path. Is going to lead that a nice overcap for those other 2 members running down there as well.
Yeah, Eldegoss might be able to get another 70 here on the central area. That's going to give them a lot of points and a decent lead, over 200 points. So Germany is not done here yet. They do need to fill their pockets, and they do need to make their way across the map.
Yeah, it's going to make it easier. Eldegoss is going to be down for 20 seconds, but they got to expend some time just running to the other side of the map. It's only that one Leafeon Unite move, and well, you got some squishier members on the other side, but of course they are supported by the goal zone healing, and this Absol has that Unite move plus that Rayquaza shield. Expect the Psycho Cut to come out immediately into that Unite move with that X attack. Lots of damage coming in. Unfortunately, the Umbreon moves back over to the bottom path, not able to get a whole lot of damage on that, and it looks like Germany might put up a fight here, but with the Gyarados going down and the time ticking away, Unity Country is going to be going up 1-0 in this best of 3.
What a huge play there, and great defense from them. Absol gets a KO streak of 4 to end off. Mamosine stealing that last one. That's probably illegal. Wanted the Penta, but couldn't get it. Either way, Unity Country had a great defensive stand there. They knew 5 people were down, but great job by Absol popping their Unite move. Eldegoss popped their Unite move to ensure that that pad doesn't go down. Does a lot of AoE damage, but also some healing to the Pokemon that were damaged. 438-201, your final here, game 1. Unity Country looked really good. It looked rough there at the beginning, but they turned it on.
Which is somewhat odd because, like I was saying before, I feel like they have definitely a stronger early game with the Swinub, Zacian in the top path, supported by that Eldegoss. Even Cramorant Absol has a really good clear of the jungle with the Absol. Cramorant has pretty good last hitting with boosted auto Whirlpool, and you know, they kind of struggled in the early game, but definitely brought it back. I think if there's one player I want to, I guess, highlight, I wouldn't say the word highlight, but I want to talk about, but I'm not that big of a believer in Ho-Oh, in my opinion. I feel like it's Unite move. You, again, have to use it when your team is already at a deficit, and you're kind of down a Unite move because it doesn't do any damage. Of course, it's a really strong supportive tool if your team is going down, but the Ho-Oh resurrected the Pikachu in that final Ray fight, and they got resurrected and they died almost immediately. So I don't know if Ho-Oh is that strong of a pick in the metagame right now. Of course, it does stay on the field for a long period of time, but in terms of its impact, I'm just not sure just yet.
Yeah, I think the jury's still out on Ho-Oh. A lot of what you said makes complete sense, and it's something that I've kind of noticed too. Is it's slotted in that tank role. I mean, obviously, technically a defender, and typically you want your defenders to be that first point of contact, that engaged point onto those big team fights. And when that thing goes down, and that's usually how it's played, right? You want it to be that engaged tool, and sometimes you just can't use it either, or it's already after the fight's lost. And when you get resurrected at half health too, if it's a squishy target, like you saw with that Pikachu, like you saw with that Leafeon, you're just setting them up for failure, especially if you resurrect them where they got KO'd, which is usually where the team is anyway, where the opposing team is anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about defenders that have slotted into that all-rounder type bulkier team composition, right? We've seen Blastoise with Rapid Spin, we've seen Lapras with both Water Pulse and Perish Song, and what do those two defenders specifically have that's different than Ho-Oh? They have a Unite move that's game-changing. Right, Hydro Typhoon, Blastoise, Lapras Express, both of them really strong engagement tools, but also defensive tools as well. Whereas Ho-Oh's Unite move, again, doesn't do any damage. It does provide some iframes to the Ho-Oh, so it might mitigate some of that damage immediately if they're able to time that correctly. But again, it doesn't do any damage, doesn't have any crowd control. It brings your team back, but you have to be very, very sure and confident to use that Unite move at the right time. And also just recognizing where the enemy team is in reference to where the feather is. That's where the KO'd Pokemon is sitting, and using it at the proper time, the proper place, because sometimes you're just going to end up giving more EXP to the enemy team. And I feel like for the last two Rekindling Flames that was used, that's definitely what happened.
It's really tough to use sometimes. I've been not the biggest fan of teammates playing Ho-Oh because it always seems like, oh, you revived me at the wrong time, or you didn't revive me. Why didn't you revive me there? But then when I play Ho-Oh, I'm like, oh, I get it now. I don't want to revive you here. Or like you're just getting dove on most of the time. Sometimes you can't even get to your night move because you have three Pokemon just full sending all of their abilities on top of you, and you get stun locked, and you're just 100 to 0 because there's just so much CC in this game. So that could also be it. But the not knowing which Pokemon was which feather can also be a little tricky, right? Like, oh, I only have 20 points. I can only revive these two. Which two were these? Are they going to actually be both into my AoE of where I can heal them? So there's a lot more than just like, oh, I'm just going to resurrect the entire team. Like, there is some strategy to it, so it can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, they were definitely a little fragmented, where when that Unite move did go out, I think the Absol was retreating back to their 2-2 goal zone, and it was only the peak. I don't know how deep of a pocket that Ho-Oh had in terms of Eos energy, or even where the feathers were, but Pikachu came back on the field, was wiped off the map almost as quickly as it went down. But at least going into game number 2, you know, Germany still very strong look, still got a lot of Pokemon that they can pull out here. Of course, we all want to see Gatlu's Greedent, so that could be a 9th pick option for Team Germany. They're going to go with this Urshifu ban once again. I wonder what they're so concerned about when they're not even banning out Charizard, for example.
Charizard is very scary, but it can be combated with a lot of bulk. So you could kind of build around it. That might be what they're thinking. But I'll go nuts if Gatlu brings out the gradient. Like, just play it. That's what the crowd wants. That's what we all want. Just come on, please. Please.
I believe this is the first appearance of Team Germany in the Unity European Cup. If my sources are correct, they did bypass stage 1 and stage 2, along with France and I believe the number 2 seed team joining in the Unity European Cup. But a couple of changes to the ban. Zacian's going to be heading up to the ban slot this time, but Miraidon is going to be in place of that Zacian who was on the right side team. And Miraidon, a really strong attacker, some would say even one of the best attackers in the game right now, really consistent damage, and it is going to have that cursed incense, so most likely these pad pushes are going to be very, very strong, especially when you have the Hadron Engine passive ability on your side as well.
I love the cursed items on Miraidon just because I think I mentioned it earlier. You can really fire those charge beams from a safe distance, and if you're able to put that onto their healer or anything that has self-sustain, something like obviously this Umbreon, if they go that Wish build, any of the all-rounders, it could kind of limit the self-sustain in those big team fights. I've seen things like Trevenant also kind of be targeted by that. So I don't see a Trevenant on the opposing side. We'll see what they want to go with this last pick, though. But again, I love Miraidon right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the top left corner of your screen, those icons, those item icons underneath the Miraidon. They actually did change out the cursed incense for Wise Glasses. I do really like that adjustment specifically. When you have a Hoopa on the other side, you can't really negate the healing that comes from a main base source of healing. I mean, it can stop the more active healing of, say, Wish, for example, but with an active healer like Hoopa on your field, I'm most likely anticipating this Umbreon to go the more defensive-oriented Umbreon in foul play instead of Wish.
Love what
Snarl instead of Wish.
Yeah. Completely get that. I love what Gatlu's doing here with this Leafeon to help prevent the Buzzwole from scaling, because Buzzwole is really good in that early game. It tends to fall off late, so having something like a Leafeon to try to stop that in its tracks could be really good here for Germany. Another thing that's going to be good in that late game, that Blaziken with those big overheat secures, something that I'm really looking forward to, but something that they're going to have to watch out for is that Cerulege on the other side.
Yeah, I do really like the Mamoswine pick, especially when you have something like a Blaziken and a Cerulege on the other side. Of course, those all-rounders don't like to be right next to a Mamoswine. Those Ice Fangs can be so impactful, very hard to hit in some very hard or highly mobile characters, but when it does, it can be so impactful. I think one thing kind of similar to the last game is Germany again needs to weather the early game storm that is Buzzwole. In that top path, expect a Buzzwole and a Torchic, and well, it's most likely going to be going to the Ultra Beast in terms of favor.
Yeah, we'll take a peek here. Gatlu actually go into the jungle this time, so switching out that top lane. We'll see how that goes and progresses later on, but we have Cramorant and this Umbreon, this bot path, looking to take this indeed.
Really good early game for the Miraidon specifically. Has pretty good last hitting and across its early game abilities. Again, in this top path, we'll see this Torchic and this Buzzwole. I do really like that the Torchic is going for a more conservative approach, but here comes an Eevee in the top path. I think Gatlu maybe mistimed his level 4 gangs. Again, he got some changes to the amount of experience from that red buff, and so they are able to get that middle Baltoy with the Leafage, but of course wanted to get that level 4 evolution just a little bit earlier.
We'll see if this Miraidon now takes that blue buff, but look at this. Cerulege up early. They're ready for those 850 birds. You do want to get this Torchic online, though, but I believe they're going to be a little bit late to the fight.
I think they are going to be rotating down to that bottom path. They do have the speed flux zone. They are still going to be a little bit late for those bottom birds, but it is a 4v1. The top path is Gatlu against the world. A really nice Hurricane finds its way onto Gatlu, forcing them back to the left side of the map. And here comes Germany in the bottom path, going to be trading lanes basically here. Gatlu's going to retreat back into the central area, and we may expect a invade for both teams as the Miraidon heads over to the right side, and also looks like Unity Country heading over to their side of the map as well.
Yeah, very peculiar that they didn't want to invade, but I guess it's what Leafeon provides you. Able to kind of clear out the jungle very quickly, able to grab that red buff once again. But that blue buff was stolen by Miraidon, so great job there from Germany to really be aware of where Unity Country was and have the time to take that.
Here in the central area, 4 members make that 5 members of Germany. And Hoopa's the only one here getting vision for the team. Don't think they were even able to get that Altaria. They are going to get some smaller scores in the top and bottom path. We haven't seen what ability set this Umbreon went, but still going for those smaller scores leads me to believe it might still be a Wish Umbreon, still considering that they have a Hoopa on their side of the field. Again, really conservative on the side of Unity Country, very much like last game, but if we saw in the last game that conservation of greatness definitely paid off in the end, winning that end game team fight. But again, Germany, really poor early game, has weathered that storm. They do have a Blaziken on the field. Leafeon in the top path, still only level 6, but kind of makes sense with 4 members of Unity Country always present in this top path. KO streak of 1 for that Sarah Ledge in the bottom path. The Mammothswine able to make it back home over to the left side, and Buzzwole well on their way to getting their Unite move 2.
Yeah, we'll take a peek at this bottom path here. These charge beams hitting like a truck. The Thunder, though, takes out the Umbreon. Objectives have hit the map, Draku. It's a Regirock in this bottom path. And you have 4 members of Germany looking to prioritize it.
Yeah, lots of representation once again for Germany in this bottom path. Charge Beam missing slyly over underneath the Regirock. They do have a Blaziken down here. Here comes the Blaze Kick followed by that Overheat. Should be a very easy secure, especially with that consistent damage from the Miraidon. Salute's not going to like that one, but they are going to take this Piloswine, at least 1 KO going over to their side. Hoopa is going to rotate everyone up to the top path. Gatly right now is doing a really good job at leashing this Regieleki, pulling it over to the left side to hopefully reset that, give his team more time to rotate through the central area, and you can see there the healing starting to come back as it resets back to where it spawned. 50% on the Regieleki. Emerald 2-step finds its way onto the Hoopa, making them disappear in the top path, and just like that, Miraidon able to come up here in time, and Gatlu's gamble definitely does pay off as they're able to take both objectives off the map.
I love what he did there. He saw the Hoopa coming up through the hyperspace highway and immediately did the play that you talked about. Very heads-up play, and it allowed that Miraidon to come in and just fly under the radar, get that steal, and a lot of pressure off of the map from Germany, especially with the Hoopa on the side for Unity Country. You want to break these goals as quickly as possible, and it looks like they should be able to do that.
Buzzwole is here in a 1v3. Miraidon is going to score that 22 to break that with a decent overcap. On the other side of the map, Unity Country knows 3 members are in the top path. They are going to go into that Gatling Goat Missile Unite move, KO streak of 2 for the Cramorant. And it looks like they're going to trade goals here. 40 points from the Cramorant. Going to do some math really quickly. Umbreon in a really weird scoring position with 31. So they are going to get a, I believe that was a 26-point overcap in the bottom path. And really close game between the 2 teams as we head into the halfway point. 177 for Unity Country for our orange side team. Germany 153. A 1v1 between the Leafeon as they head back over to the Citrus Berry. And 3 members once again for Unity Country. Going to go into that Unite move is the Leafeon, trying to lock in on this dive Cramorant, and really good mobility from this Cramorant. Gatlo is going to be sent over to the right side.
Oh, the rings are unbound, though. That's going to teleport this Sarah Ledge to the back line of Germany. Gets a KO, but Miraidon able to close that out. They get a KO streak of 2. Thunder is raining on in because that's a triple KO. Regirock is getting low here, though. We'll see if that's going to be able to get it. Buzzwole now gets a KO streak of 2 and going to get set back home, maybe through this hyperspace hole from Hoopa, but Buzzwole able to confirm the Regirock in the bot path for Unity Country.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried there that Unity Country was leashing that Reggie a little too far. Of course, that second set of Reggies not as impactful, but they might have a third Reggie in the bottom path. A 1v1 between the 2 sword-type Pokemon. Of course, not a sword for the Leafeon. It does have that Solar Blade. But both players are going to retreat back to their respective sides of the field. Gatlu is has has had a pretty quiet game so far in terms of the macro. Hasn't really been wandering around the field as most speedsters like to do. Of course, a really good heads-up play in the last 2 objectives in the top path. But again, Unity Country has been doing a really good job the first 5 minutes of the game as they head into the final stretch. Again, want to try to get the levels on that Cramorant just a little bit higher. They're sitting at level 11 right now. They do have one more Unite move to use, and this might be where to use it.
Oh yeah, here we go. Mammoth Mash from Mamoswine comes in. Here the Gatling Gulp Missile, but Galu with an Emerald 2-step right on Cramorant's head. Gets a KO there. And Cramorant goes down, and now the rest of Unity Country is going to follow suit. Saralege, though, has something to say about it. Gets a KO onto this Blaziken, but we have Miraidon barely living, and that's it for them. That's a KO streak of 5. Is that a Penta there, Draco?
Oh, it is! A Penta KO for this Saralege, giving them the salute of the Penta KO, and they are level 14 going into the final stretch. And again, the scoreline does not reflect it. A small lead by Unity Country, but definitely a significant lead in terms of levels.
And we have another basement Reggie spawning. There should be enough time if the teams want to go for it. And Unity Country appears to be sizing this one up. They're trying to get vision on where Germany is, see if this would be contested or not. If it's not contested, they may elect to go for it, but they may elect to just have a little bit of time and space get set up in this Ray Pit, and that is exactly what they're going to do. They want to win this. They know they have the lead. They know they just need to hold Ray.
Level 14s on the carries, that Saralege and the Leafeon. Again, that Leafeon is always a character to watch, but that Unite move is quite literally a delete button. Umbreon's going to be sussed down this bush by that Thunder. Got to be very careful. They do have the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole, but right next to a Mamoswine that can pick them up and out of that portal. Definitely not the portal that they want to go into. Charge Beam has that enhanced version going up right now. Looks like the 2 all-rounders are going into a 1v1. They are going to be reset through that Hoopa Hyperspace Hole, but they do know exactly where the character is going to come back. Here comes the Blissful Assistance onto the Mamoswine. Gatling Gulp Missile by the Cramorant is not really going to get a whole lot of value. The Blissey is going to go down, and here Saralege is on a huge KO timer. Kyle, 20 seconds still left, and with that Mamoswine going down, it's also going to be another pretty impactful KO too.
Teams are going to have to refight here. You still have the rings unbound from Hoopa, so if things get a little shaky for Unity Country, they have that button to click that can bring the team in for a big team fight or maybe push a pad. We'll see how this goes, though. We have another engage from the Rhydon. Gets that enhanced charge beam, but a great Hoopa portal resets the team. Oh, no. Blaziken finds the Umbreon. This might be Germany's shot.
Do not like them going back into that portal. There is a overheat on the side of Germany here, but right now Unity Country is going down. Oh, but with that Blaziken and Mamoswine going down, this is going to be a clean fight, and I think it's all orchestrated by this Hoopa Unite move. Those Hyperspace Fury Fist do such a good job at crowd controlling the team, and this is going to be an ace for Unity Country, Kyle. With only 20 seconds left, they're going to be going up 2-0 in their group against number 3 in the Unity European Cup.
Wow, what did we just see? I thought Blaziken was going to have the advantage and be able to kind of keep that rolling, but the Hoopa having that Unite move, we talked about it right before that fight, they still had it. And not only does it allow you to bring the team in, but that thing does so much damage. It's so much crowd control with those fists. And you saw Unity Country just snowball from there. They're going to go up 2-0. They're taking this win, and in shocking fashion, too.
In shocking fashion, indeed. Again, Germany finishing number 3 in the UEC last year. Definitely a favorite to come out of this entire tournament. Is going to be entering the tournament with a 0-2 record. I don't know when their next stage 3 set is against the other team in this group, but definitely a really strong showing from these 2 teams.
Very, very. I mean, they just made their statement match, right? Yeah, they are here to stay. This probably puts them in a great position to advance to the next round. Really on the back of that Saralege, that Penta KO was pivotal in the most crucial time. I really thought Germany had the advantage there, should have been able to push that goal and really limit what Hoopo is able to provide and give them a score lead at that point. But they flipped the Uno reverse card, they got the Penta, and really didn't look back from that moment on.
Yeah, would love to see that, the amount of damage that the Cerulege did. But I mean, if you're looking at the enemy team, I mean, when you have that Cerulege Unite move, it could be quite devastating. I feel like most of these characters are fairly bulky, but if you're able to land that Unite move specifically on multiple characters, you can get that damage, but it also has some crowd control as well. So on the side of Unity Country, they have some, I would say, unconventional forms of crowd control. We all know Buzzwole has crowd controlled us to no end, I'm sure, in the ranked environment when it did have that buff. But Cerulege's Unite move, it does have that stun incorporated with it, but those hyper space fury fists in the unbound form of Hoopa, still very, very strong form of crowd control when you're the only one with Unite move left on the field.
It's my favorite pick this season. It's something that I've played a decent amount, and I've kind of picked it back up this season just because I saw a lot of value. It's incredible in those big team engages. It's incredible, especially with a heavy burst meta and a heavy melee meta. You could just throw those hyperspace holes on top of on those big team fights, and it's probably the Pokemon I've had most success with. So I love Hoopa right now. I love Hoopa. I don't think the teams that play against Hoopa really love Hoopa, though.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa has been, in my opinion, a character that has defined a metagame, right? That ability to move up and down the field, even its Unite move is so impactful when used correctly to pivot your team to other parts of the map. So it's a character that is probably in contention to being the best character ever in Unite history, in my opinion. But we do have one more set, at least between us two casters. We do have a total of 4 best of 3s. In the next set, you're going to be seeing France and Austria, again, #1 in the European Cup last year. So definitely another favorite playing in our first 2 sets today. Do not go anywhere. The Unity European Cup with Steel Agent Kyle and myself will be back very shortly.
Welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. Unity Cup Euro, and holy cow, we had an incredible set, a very surprising outcome in that last one. But we have France and Austria on deck. This is the Unity Clash EU Cup, sponsored by Nouns Esports. I am Steel Agent Kyle, and casting with me is Draku-san. Draku, what were you surprised about most in that last matchup?
I think the almost dominant fashion that Unity country came out on top of the number 3 seed going into the Unity European Cup. It's definitely a feat to behold, especially going up against a team like Germany.
Yeah, Germany is very strong, but that was a very impressive match there from Unity Country. They really put their stamp on this tournament, and they're now a team to watch, right? Like, we can't deny it any longer. We have to watch these players because they put themselves in great position to advance to the next phase, which is that top 8 double elim bracket. So excited to see what they're able to do with the rest of these groups, but we have another match on deck, and like we said, former champions France. They won the cup last year, and they're going to be taking on Austria. And let's take a look at France. So this is a great team. So Resu, Sazero, Zero, Yutao, Legum, and Nachos. Super excited to see what they are able to do. They were top 3 in the UEC in 22, and like I said, they won it all last year. And they're going to be taking on this Austria team, Draku.
Yeah, and again, like we were saying at the beginning part of the broadcast, Austria is currently with their backs against the wall, losing out 0-2 against the UK yesterday in day 1 of stage 3. But their team, as you can see on the screen here, we have Nihat, Senpaj, Tron, Jacob, Burn It Down, and Aoto rounding out their team. And you know, when you're going up against France, it's going to be very scary, especially going up against some world qualifying players like Yutao and Megu, the wonder duo of Europe. Again, another team that is very much in favor to win this entire team, but we've seen crazier things, like Germany going down 0-2.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. That was wild. Honestly, is not what I expected. Probably not what the viewers on this channel wanted, but it happened regardless. And Germany definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to pick themselves up because they have their backs against the wall. They're going to need to win their next match, which we won't see today, but we'll probably see that next week if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to have their work cut out for them. But Austria, like you said, has their work cut out for them currently. They could be eliminated if they lose here. So they are going to need to put on a show, and the team that they're going to have to play to do it, they have an uphill battle. They have an uphill battle, to say the least. So we'll see what they can bring.
Yeah, just some things to expect for this match with France. I believe this is their first appearance in the Unity European Cup, with advancing through stage 1 and stage 3 due to their excellent performance last year. They positioned themselves in a really high seed, but something to expect from France. Again, Yutao in that central area carry, Megu most likely going to be right next to Yutao as we head outside of the laning phase. But again, Nachos, number of speedsters in their arsenal. They can play Zoroark, they can play Dodrio, so do expect them to be playing that speedster role very much like most other speedsters play, dominating that top path, or maybe even getting an early gank out of the central area and then wandering around the map, getting KOs where they can find them.
We saw Absol, we saw Leafeon in the previous match. Do you think that Absol has kind of crept up in the meta because of things like the Ceruledge and the Urshifu, a lot of these all-rounders, and Absol doesn't do too bad into them? Obviously, like you said earlier, the iframes that it gets from its Unite move and just the heavy burst damage and even the CC in its kit.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I think you mentioned a few of them, the heavy burst damage, the iframes from the Unite move, but I want to lean into that burst damage. Again, a lot of Absols, it has a lot of mobility, so they don't usually run any mobility tools, but they also have that X attack comboed with the Psycho Cut into that Unite move again. Really strong into the heavy defender and all-rounder metagame we're seeing so far. So with the bulkier composition we see around it, characters with a lot of burst damage, i.e. this Absol, does really well.
We'll see. We got an Umbreon first pick here from France. I think it's probably one of the safest picks to grab first. You can use it in a lot of different ways. It doesn't really have a whole lot of downsides. Great engage tool. Maybe you can run it as a supporter. But I saw the Decidueye hover, and I know your heart was fluttering.
Yeah, not in today's metagame. It is represented in the next battle pass, so maybe forecasting some buffs to our Decidueye, but fairly conservative from both teams. Looks like France is going to be picking up that Mew. And I think one thing interesting with the Mew, it is going to be running an EXP share. So we have seen an EXP share Pikachu. Now we're going to be seeing an EXP share Mew. Again, Mew in that attacker role or that supportive attacker role does really well in the early game. Still really strong secure with the boosted auto followed by that Electro Ball. And then as they head into the later parts of the game, Mew really struggles in farming. So if they're able to get that EXP just passively by being the lowest member on their team, but still contributing in terms of support from coaching, damage from Electro Ball and Solar Beam and stuff like that, it can still support its team in other ways. Really spicy composition, Kyle, as we head into the later parts of this draft. Urshifu, Machamp, and a Gengar. Where to even start with this conversation?
I don't even know where we start. Maybe the Machamp. How broken is Machamp? I kind of have to drop that line, right? It's been quite a while since we've seen Machamp in the metagame. I still think it kind of falls a little bit short. You have other all-rounders on the table. I mean, you have Blaziken, but you cannot deny what that Unite move can do on that Machamp. That Barrage Blow can really blow up a team fight, does a ton of damage, and has great CC. But on the other side, the Gengar recently buffed with that Hex build, so that might lead me to believe that we could see this Blissey pivot into more of that safeguard.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which ability set this Machamp goes into. We do see an X speed. It does lead me to believe that it is going to be maybe a submission Machamp possibly, but we've seen submission Machamp somewhat surge in a more supportive role in some of the North American teams, but it doesn't have an EXP share. It does have an attack weight, so I believe that submission doesn't really scale so well with an attack weight, but we'll see what happens once they hit that level 5 mark. We'll see what ability set they go, but it's kind of in both directions, in my opinion.
I completely agree. And a thing that we saw a lot in North America as well is that Mew and Umbreon combo. We saw the team that won the Indigo League played that essentially all night in that tournament and had not dropped a single map. So hopefully we'll see France do, a little bit of a continuity, a little continuing of the same. Switching it up here, though, looking to help farm with this Urshifu in that bot path, or in that central area.
Top path, we do have a Machop and a Magikarp. Burn it down. Of course, if they're going to lose a couple of stacks, you definitely might want to burn down the top lane. But in the bottom path, we do have that Mew rotating down, has supported that Urshifu in the central area, rotated down to the bottom path. Really strong secure in the top path, by the way, from, I would say, a lot of these characters here. Karate Chop or Flail from both all-rounders. Really good last-hitting ability. I believe that boosted auto Electro Ball able to get that Indeedee away from the enemy team. And as to be expected, I think Mew has a better early game relative to a Charcadet, specifically the Armarouge version of the Charcadet. Got to retreat back over to the left side as the Hunter coming down here.
Ooh, double coaching, giving a little bit of extra speed, try to get away from this Haunter, which is very terrifying to look at. 3-person push here for Austria as they clear up all of the central Altaria.
I do really like the foul play decision by the Umbreon. They do already have an active healer on in the form of Blissey on their side. A really huge score of 23 by Nachos, building up that attack weight once again. It is going to be a submission Machamp, so not going to be going for that burst type ability with the dynamic punch, but nonetheless, they are going to be getting that Unite move rather early on, especially with this early game win in the top path.
Yeah, I think that's a good play, especially with that Haunter. You want to try to keep that thing from, you want to throw your CC onto that, maybe put it into a less than ideal situation. So we'll see how that plays. But yeah, it looks like it is going to be that Hex Gengar build.
And if you're looking in terms of crowd control, there's not a whole lot that can stop a submission Machamp. They are unstoppable throughout the extent of that ability. So, you know, something like an Ice Fang can't stop the Machamp. The only bounded type Unite moves can stop something like a submission Machamp. And, well, there's only one character with a bounded Unite move, and, well, it's on the side of that Machamp's team.
We'll see. Central area Altarias gets cleaned up by France, pretty much uncontested, and now you have a level 8 Urshifu that you have to deal with if you're Austria, and you don't even have the Gyarados. But as I say that, Gyarados finally gets online. It might be a little bit late. Typically you want to see it evolve by 8 minutes, but Haunter is going to be able to clean up that central area. But big Solar Beam from Resu on this Mew might be able to help get out this Piloswine, but Piloswine has to burn their eject button just to get back to base.
Yeah. It looks like right now the Haunter struggling to get to that level 9. It's still locked in at level 7, 2 levels away from getting that Unite move, and Gyarados being caught like a fish out of water in the top path. Eldegoss nowhere to be found. Should be an easy secure on the side of France. I got that Wicked Blow, charge that one up, take that one away, even at about 20% HP left. Here comes that Ebon Fist. It's going to make that Ghost-type Pokemon disappear in the bottom path, and Armarouge might be following in suit. They're going to lock in with the eject button, followed by the throat chop. It's going to chop them in the neck as they head back to the Pokemon Center.
It's not even a water baron, it's still fighting into the Flux Zone. That's one of the signature things that you see on the Rapid Striker Sifu. Not necessarily what you see on this single strike, but they went ahead and did it anyway, got the KOs. Now look at this top path. It's only 16 points left, so France may want to pick a fight, win the pad, so this Regieleki doesn't break it with a 4-over.
It's not looking very good for our Austrian friends on the right side of the field. They are finally starting to scale. Gengar, Haunter's grown some legs, stubby as it may be, but they are on the field with their Unite move. Austria got to make a move here. 194-3 heading into the halfway point of the game. Cross Chop is going to lock in on the Piloswine. They are going to lock in on a couple of characters as well. Going to lock this tier 1 goal zone out with a huge overcap of 37. Blissful Assistance all the way from the Kanto region is going to KO the other Kanto type Pokemon, Gyarados. And back over to the right side of the field, and France, a dominating first half of the game, 234-3, a 231-point lead surmounted by our #1 seed of the Unity European Cup.
Oh, Machamp almost got a hold of Gengar, and that's exactly why I think they wanted to play submission. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. They're running. No! This is the funniest little run that you'll ever see. I think it's one of my favorite animations in this game. But regardless, France is able to take that Regieleki. They're going to push over the Eldegoss into the area where they did not want to go, and Regieleki is making their way. Now we have the Mystical Mirage from this Mew. They're going to pop the Surf. Dragon Current is going to look to maybe get a KO, but it's a little too late, Draku.
Oh, Ebon Fist Unite move is going to find his way onto the Armarouge. He's going to punch them in the throat as well. Eldegoss is going to take up to the sky, but it might be just a clouded dream as France continues to push on. And just like that, the timers are rather low for Austria, and might be a good thing for defense, but that is more of an indicator of how far they are behind in this game. 6 minutes has expired, and there is still a Piloswine, and Commentator's Curse, they are just now evolving into that level 9 defender, but it is a steep hill to climb for Austria.
When your carry Pokemon are the same level as the supporters on the opposite side, you're gonna have a bad time. And Austria is certainly not having a good time. Machamp looking to run down this Gyarados once again, but the top path, Austria making a little bit of a siege on this tier 1 gold. Big boosted autos from Mew, big Electro Balls, and Umbreon cleans up the Eldegoss. Ice Fang is gonna try to stop this Umbreon in their tracks, but the Regirock is taken. The Mamoswine goes down, and a double KO once again for this Umbreon, who's level 12, Draku.
I think if there's a character that, I guess at this point in the game, I'm somewhat scratching my head as to why the Gengar was picked in the 10th pick slot with the entire enemy team revealed to you. Speedsters do not do well in bulkier compositions. I think that's kind of a common knowledge for most players. I think Absol, again, like we were talking about before, does better in a bulkier composition. And Gengar right now just really struggling to get anything going. You might land that Sludge Bomb on multiple characters, able to hex multiple characters, but Your damage, unfortunately, just cannot break through this bulkier line that France has put together.
Nachos is able to just run on out, the little silly run that it is. I'm gonna never not like that that animation. It's just so funny. But 240, we have a huge lead for France right now, 234 to 3 points. Austria has not been able to get any stacks, hasn't really been able to provide any value across the map. So this Rayquaza fight is going to be very difficult for them. Gengar is going to need to get on their level 13. You also would love to see Armarouge to get there. You'd love to see Gyarados to get there, but they have a tall mountain to climb. And with France already getting set up in the Rayquaza pit, this could be even tougher.
Yeah, this Regieleki is going to go to the tier 2, of course. A pretty common scenario is if you lose a Regieleki to your tier 2, they normally just let it go in. As you can see there in the top left corner of your screen, Machamp is going to run on over there, break that with a nice overcap. It's going to expand this lead even further. And look at this. Wait, there is an opportunity for another overcap on that tier 2. And all of a sudden it is 404 to 3, Kyle.
Oh, this is not looking good as they also just lose their tank. Gengar is looking to maybe use their Phantom Ambush. Here comes Mew. Big Solar Beam. They're not going to have the secure, but they're going to hit it. It's Gengar! It's Gengar, Draku!
And it might not even matter as France is going to lose that Rayquaza, but everyone from Austria is going down. The only one left alive is this Mamoswine. I don't know if they have a shield. They do not even have a shield, so it's not going to even matter. Nice Wicked Blow is going to make some space, close that one out with a throat chop, and a Hail Mary play by Austria. Sometimes Rayquaza, not your way into this game. Such a steep hill to climb, and not even the best win condition can give you that conditional advantage to win game number 1.
Win Ray, lose game. Another team in North America. We'll see if Austria's could turn the tide, get the KOs that they need, get the goals that they need. It's still an uphill battle, but it's not far. It is far from over because these points could come in. But a great defensive stand here from France, looking to take out the Mamoswine. Mamoswine's on 1 HP. They go down. Goal goes in, but that's still not enough.
Yeah, with the Mamoswine going down, it is somewhat of a story being told already. Gengar is going to be going down. The rest of Austria is going to be heading back to the drawing board, and got to think about how to combat this team. And I think really it was lost in draft. One character really not able to get anything going, that Gengar specifically, into a bulkier composition. Not exactly sure what the rationale was to bring this character as your 10th pick option, but I would really like to maybe get a Venusaur, for example, to maybe break through this front line. But even attackers in that 10th pick option is really scary when you have a submission Machamp on the other side, another lockdown type Unite move that Wicked Blow Urshifu. Even if it did go a water Urshifu, slotting in an attacker is always a little bit scary. So it's tough to definitely draft when you have some fairly unconventional picks on the side of France. You have an Urshifu that can go either which way. You have a Machamp that submission Machamp is just weird. So it's I don't know where they are going to go, but they have to find an answer because they are one game away from being knocked out of the UEC.
Yeah, you could have gone maybe some sort of sniper in that last spot instead of Gengar. You could have even gone another all-rounder. Blaziken was on the table, right? There is one of the best Pokemon, obviously great secure ability. Obviously, you saw Gengar get the secure there, which is pretty sweet. But, I mean, looking at the damage, Draku, you don't typically want your speedsters to take more damage than they deal. And I think, like you said, 2 KOs from the Gengar, I just don't know if I like that pick enough to take it there.
I do like the suggestion for another all-rounder. They did have the Armarouge, which again fills in for that ranged attacker role. Blaziken would have been really strong. Charizard, of course, being banned out here. Zacian, Ceruledge as well. Even like a Mimikyu would have been fine. I would say even locking down the form of Secure on the side of France would be really good if you're able to land that onto the Urshifu. You have a bounded Unite move to lock down the Machamp if that is another option that you want to go. But I think we're both in agreement that Gengar might have just been a comfort pick, or maybe just trying to lean too heavy into a character that does more well in a solo duo trio environment and not so well in a coordinated 5-stack environment.
Oh, Austria has a mountain to climb. You look at the score, that is symbolism of the mountain that they're gonna have to climb here in game number 2, right? It's essentially win or go home at this point for them. If they go down in this game, essentially ends their tournament hopes, it ends their hopes of this prize pool. So they're gonna have to at least pick up this one, because you don't want to lose both sets 2-0, because that's essentially your deathbed. But if you at least pull one out and you get something, you still have a little bit of a chance. Slow, but you have a little bit of a chance. So we'll see what they're able to do. We'll see what they're able to draft. Honestly, with what they had, the armor cannon, Armor Rouge, like thinking about it more and more, I think we could have gone the fire spin build and then grabbed a different ranged attacker. I mean, you had a couple things on the line too. I love fire spin on Armor Rouge into this bulky meta.
Yeah. I think Armor is definitely something you need to pre-draft, right? You need to think about what you're going to ban. Of course, you want to try to ban any sort of bounded type Unite moves. Even characters with a lot of crowd control make Fire Spin a lot more difficult to slot in. But it's a character that, again, you need to slot in more likely an active healer, so like a Blissey or a Hoopa or even Umbreon, right? Because you build shield with Flame Charge, but you don't build active healing. You get, I believe, some Spell Vamp, but I think that's all that you build. So it's a character you definitely need to preconceive before you go into draft, starting with those bans. And I think, again, it's just that Gengar is always just like, it's going to be a question mark for this set.
Yeah, Gengar. It's come a long way from where it was, but it's still not quite viable in most competitive environments. I think it's still one of those picks that has some play in your solo queue, in your ladder games, but it just kind of falls off when teams can build bulky, when they know how to not get single targeted, because Gengar really, it struggles when in those big team fights. It really survives and it thrives when you're able to pick these Pokemon off one by one, and you just don't see that in competitive play.
We are going to be switching sides. Most likely the loser side gets to pick the side selection for the subsequent game. So Austria is going to be on our left side, France on our right side. You have that 10th pick option for Nachos, specifically, in my opinion, is more likely going to be that 10th pick option. Fairly conventional bans, lots of all-rounders. We have Ho-Oh, which is more like an all-rounder than it is a supporter. So more than likely, they are going to be going down the list of all-rounders. We should expect a Blaziken to come out first, a conservative start here for Austria, as to be expected. France has, not a whole lot to lose here. So if they do have some fun picks they want to pull out right now, this would be the time to do so. We have, again, a more conservative start on the side of France, picking up an Umbreon and an Eldegoss. Lots of carry Pokemon still available. Again, Nachos is going to be swapping over to that 10th pick option. I think that's going to be the position I'm going to be watching for this draft.
Lucario. I don't know if I like Lucario, especially this early on. There's still Blaziken available. There's still Gyarados available. There's so many things that you could have done. Maybe this is a comfort pick for Austria, so I'll leave the judgment for then. But look at this, a Dodrio on the side of France, Draco.
Yeah, it's going to be a very scary Dodrio as well. There's not a whole lot of crowd control on the side of Austria. If you're able to lock it down with a boosted auto, power up punch, boosted auto combination, maybe into that Unite move, maybe you can lock it down. But I can expect maybe this Cinderace to be the form to crowd control, but there's not a whole lot of options for Austria to lock down a double speedster composition on the side of France. I didn't even see the 10th pick, but yeah, I love this double speedster pick. There's not a whole lot of crowd control, and even landing crowd control from a Mamoswine is difficult. And well, now you have two very mobile targets to try to lock down with a move that's very hard to hit.
No Espeon into the Dodrio is also pretty tough, right? You had it on the table. I don't understand the Cinder pick. It's to me, it's A pressers in general are in a super rough spot because this they are very squishy and they just don't provide the amount of burst damage that a lot of these other Pokemon already do. So I think an Espeon would have been great to kind of slow down that Dodrio. It would have been great to slow down the double speedster comp. I obviously didn't know that they were going to go double speedster, but Umbreon or Espeon might have been able to prevent that a little bit. So we'll see how Cinder does. It likely will be going in the jungle because it doesn't really have a great laning phase. So let him cook.
I think it's gonna get run over. If you're asking me, there's just so many tools on the side of France to get to that Cinderace, and even if it does reposition with its Blaze Kick, even if it goes like some interesting thing like Sucker Punch, right? When you have an auto attack based Pokemon, if you're able to lock in on Sucker Punch, one auto attack brings them behind that Cinderace for an easy critical hit, and then Cinderace, generally a fairly frail Pokemon. In the bottom path, of course, you do like to see it going up against a Doduo, but definitely not the place you would want to put an ADC type attacker. It doesn't have a very good level 5 gang, so I do appreciate that Scyther is in the central area, but it's just going to be so hard to slot that character in.
As well being a menace up in this top lane. In the bottom lane, we do have Swinub. We do have the Score Bunny, but we also have this Lucario almost chunking down that Eldegoss all the way back. They're going to have to pick up the Citrus Berry, but the damage is done. Austria did a pretty good job in that top lane.
All right, here comes the Absol. It's going to lock in on a pig, maybe some bacon for breakfast. You're in here if you're here in North America. Here comes the Scyther, chopping on in. They are going to get some iframes. That Dodrio. Don't know if they're going to be able to get on away here. Who has the red buff? I believe it might be the Hoopa on the top path. The red buff would have been really good here for the, oh my goodness, 1 HP is this Dodrio making it back home safely. And man, that would have been a really good win for Austria, but unfortunately just missing shy of a KO there.
Hoopa's going to send the team up top for the Hyperspace Highway. France, though, going to just try to peel back and maybe look for an invade, and that's exactly what they do. Bottom lane, though, Dodrio getting the KO onto this Swinub. This Absol is targeting this Scyther right now, and they have their sights on him. 3 members of France. They are bullying this jungle area of Austria right now.
It makes sense. Speedsters tend to have quite a lot of mobility. 86 to a donut for Austria and France in the top half. Yeah, I think the casters might be getting a little hungry. You said bacon, donut. I think I said scrambled eggs earlier. Right now, they need to find some money in the tip jar because right now Austria is 0. They do find a tip there in the form of that Ice Fang, able to lock down the Eldegoss, but of course, the character you don't really want to grab when you have a Dodrio and an Absol running amok. And 86 points to 0 is definitely not a strong lead. They do need to scale. They are a late game scaling team, but level 5 on your Rabood's not where you want to be.
Yeah, they need to wake up, and they need to wake up quickly. They need their morning coffee. They're going to teleport to this top lane. Absol's going to try to get a score. This goal's on 5. Mamoswine, though, nice job there, picking up the Eldegoss. That is a crucial KO for this Austria squad. They're going to continue pushing, but Buzzwole. Hoopa gets the KO on the Absol. That's massive, but this Buzzwole is strong, Draco.
That's exactly what you want to do if you're a Mamoswine. You need to lock down these speedsters. Use all of your abilities to predict where that speedster is going to be. Oh man, I think the Buzzwole went to that Unite move, but found no target as the Piloswine went into that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Austria showing some life here, but here comes the rest of France coming in the top path. The only one left up here is a dog that's about to be sent back to the doghouse. And that Buzzwole, a KO streak of 2, a 1v1 between the Dodrio, and they are going to pick them in the eyes. Really good confirmation there by the Dodrio is going to give them some global EXP, not that they needed it already, and that Reggie Steel buff is going to pave the way for a tier 2 or a tier 1 push. Let's see where France decides to go.
Very unfortunate for that Cinderace. Level 8 versus a level 10, now 11 Dodrio. That's going to allow a little bit of space for France to maybe score and break these goal zones, and that's exactly what you want to do. And the Hoopa on the other side, Piloswine goes down, and France is not done. There's no jump pad, but they're going to get a ton of points in this tier 2 goal, 50 nearly. But Austria going to combat that, break that tier 1 goal pad for France.
Nice math there on the side of Austria. I feel like it's the only one they had so far. The Piloswine went to be served on a silver platter on that tier 1. Good decision here by Austria, trying to pick a fight here. Unfortunately, Cinderace is going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center. Level 3, level 11s on the side of France is exactly where you want your carries to be, especially when you have speedsters that love to be at an advantage. 1 KO going over to the side of Austria as they're able to KO an Eldegoss. Don't tell that to Kyle's favorite Pokemon, but they do get the revenge KO. Scyther going to be going down. It's definitely not what you want to hand over to the right side when that is your highest level on your side of the field.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I mean, you look at the levels across the board. Eldegoss already level 9, nearly outscaling all the damage dealers on Austria's side. So they did have a little bit of a nice push in that tier 1 pad on that top side, but the score lead is still pretty large for France, over 100 points. There is going to be a basement Reggie down here, and there is going to be a little bit of a fight. 4 members of France looking to take this basement path.
Really strong positioning as well on the side of France. They are going to get a Reggie Ice. Again, these second Reggies are not super impactful, but it might be impactful for the global EXP that Austria would definitely need. Triple Trample finds its way onto the back line. Hoopa able to get the confirmation on the Reggie Ice. The fight continues to spill over, and even though they do have that residual healing from the Reggie Ice, the only one that's being melted right now are the HP bars on the side of Austria. And they have to retreat back through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. I don't like that they jumped immediately to the center into the top path, because you can see here the Umbreon might go for a score in that bottom tier 2 goals. I'm going to continue to expand that lead even further. Maybe they just wanted positioning here on this Regieleki, but see what they can do with this. They do have 3 members up here in the top path, and unfortunately, Buzzwole is going to go plus ultra on Austria as they're able to get the confirmation on the Regieleki. Dodrio set on getting a KO here. Once again, Dodrio is going to get another KO streak of 2. Lucario heading back over to the doghouse. Umbreon's going to score on that tier 2 goal zone, but even though the Umbreon scoring down there, still not able to defend from this Regieleki that has made this tier 2 goal zone vulnerable, Kyle.
Yeah, these points are going to start coming on, and yeah, there's the 46 from Dodrio. Here comes a 50 bomber from the Buzzwole. 365 every day of the year. It is France taking it to Austria. 365, 124, 1 minute until Rayquaza. And France has not let their foot off of the gas this entire game. They've invaded, they've pushed goals, and now they're going to look to push this Rayquaza. They're getting set up a little bit early. They're going to be in aggressive positioning because they know that they have a win at their doorstep.
This is quite literally the perfect example of what Europe loves to run, especially the high-level teams. Again, very high velocity. They love their speedsters. We don't see a whole lot of speedsters being represented right now in the West, but there are, West as in North America, there are 3 speedsters being represented here in this game too, Kyle.
We'll take a peek. What's going on? France is setting up aggressively, setting up in this bottom L. Basement Reggie has hit the map, but there is nobody going there. 5 seconds. We'll see how these teams want to set up. They might go for a full rip here. We do have Austria. Yeah, there we go. Hoopa brings the rings on bound, Draku.
Wow, Triple Trample finds his way to the back line. It looks like the rip has went down slowly as the Cinderace does go down to an Eldegoss. A Sakir coming in here, going over to the Scyther of all things. And so even though Austria has found themselves on the back end of both of these games, they're this time able to score in twice, both on that tier 1 goal zone. They do have enough points here to score. Do not get greedy. It looks like right now the Mamoswine is going to be put in a blender. They might lose their shield here. This greed might be very scary. They are able to score that 100, but it's definitely still a losing game for Austria.
We'll see what we have. We have Scyther with still a 70. That gives them the lead. at least for the time being, but there is so much time on the clock, Draku. And France is going to start making their way towards the goals of Austria. This is not over yet.
France is going to test the defense of Austria. Scyther is going to be collapsed on. A very mean look ability by that Umbreon player. And with that character going down, it's going to be very scary. A Unite move for the Cinderace might be their last hope. It's about a 20-point game. Here comes the Flaming Bicycle Kick. It's only sneezing on this Umbreon player. They're going to try to reset a couple of characters there. And more points going in. And France is going to collapse on this one. And the wall coming down, and this might be the last hope for Austria. 3 characters down. Definitely do not have enough time to even make it over to the right side of the field, and France with a dominating 2-0 victory in their group. They are most likely going to be securing their way to stage number 4. The playoffs coming in soon.
Oh man, yeah, France looking good. Triple trample just to go ahead and use it. The points have rained in. The reigning champs are going up 2-0 with this victory. I can't even talk, Draku. That was a little bit scary there, but they held their composure. They remained calm. They pushed the goal, and they got the wins that they needed.
Yeah. Austria did play yesterday against the United Kingdom. They unfortunately did go down 0-2. So at least for this group, we do know the 2 teams moving on to the top 8 playoffs. That is France and UK. Austria unfortunately making it through to stage number 3. They are going to be falling here. But I mean, going down to France and potentially winning a game 1, definitely something to behold. You know, I think the downfall of Austria in both of these games were definitely some of these draft picks. Gengar number 1, Cinderace number 2. Again, maybe going more so for those comfort picks, but as you can see here, an attacker, an ADC type attacker, really loves those levels. And while both playing it in Path is difficult, but also playing it against 2 speedsters, also very difficult.
Yeah, and it's a great team, right? France, obviously the winner last year, a very strong contender, some great players on their team. So they were kind of up against it to begin with. So maybe there was just like, let's just play our game. Let's see what we can do. And it was close. I mean, Aodo with that huge secure on the Rayquaza thought for a second that Austria might have had a hope and a prayer to take the game and maybe steal one. But unfortunately for them, didn't come to fruition. And just like that, France was able to put the team on their back and ride those speedsters to that tier 2 goal where they were able to get enough points and enough KOs to really push it.
That's why I really love casting the European region. I think regionally, even though they are both considered the West, North America is definitely more, I would say, calculated with their picks, normally going for a more conservative type play like we saw Unity Country go earlier on. But do really love that Europe is still leaning into their individual prowess on those speedsters. Those characters need a ton of skill expression, especially with the amount of crowd control in the game today. Bounded Unite moves, again, like I was saying earlier, really defining the metagame. Speedsters hate being bounded. You know, those bounded Unite moves typically will lock down a character, but also do a significant amount of damage to a single character, which, again, those speedsters really lack in those HP pools. But the Unity European Cup is going to be roaring on after this break. We do have a new set of casters. Mad Magical and Spartantano is going to be leading the second half of the broadcast, and still got 2 more sets to go today. Just to give you some heads up on who to expect after the break, you will see Italy and Netherlands going up in our game, or set number 3 of the day, and closing out the stream of the broadcast for stage 3 for today, Greece and Turkey is going to be closing this one out. Kyle, last second thoughts from you before we say goodbye to at least our viewers for today.
Austria, unfortunately, is done, but they put on a good show throughout the entire tournament, just coming up a little bit short. So congrats to the advancers in that pool. France, put on a big show. But yeah, huge shout out to everybody involved. Huge shout out to always casting with my friend Draku. I'm excited to see what the rest of the games really hold in store for us. Big shout out to Eternal J, who is producing for us, Shivam for doing all the observer work and helping coordinate a lot of the tournament. So we've had a great show. Obviously, thank you to Gotlu for allowing us to have us on his channel time and time again. And then big shout out to Nouns Esports, the sponsor making a lot of this happen. So Nouns is a great organization within the community. So I'm super excited that they're continuing to pump this community up and support Unite as a whole. So we need it, right? This is a smaller game in the terms of it, but the more organizations that are able to support the game and support large events like this is going to continue to help the game grow. So big shout out to Nouns there, but what a wonderful tournament we have. We have so much more to come. So please, everybody, stay tuned. We have 2 more matches, and then give a warm welcome to Tano and Magical. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Hello, hello. Welcome into the Unity European Cup 2024. I'm Mad Magical. I'm here with Spartan Tana. We're taking over the broadcast now. We've had some exciting gameplay so far, and hopefully we're going to have more exciting gameplay to show everybody. But Tano, how are you doing today?
I am feeling amazing, mate. I recovered after the games yesterday. The UK kept me on the edge of my seat as they managed to pull through their win, but it looks like we've had some amazing games today already, buddy. Unity country coming through with the 2-0 over Germany, and then France being dominant after winning it previously 2-0 against Austria. So we do say goodbye to Austria, but we now have Italy versus the Netherlands, and that's going to be an interesting game. Italy have been on point so far.
And they're trying to see if they can get back the title they had lost last year, because they were the team, well, the country won in 2022. France won in 2023, so obviously Italy would like to become the Titans once again for Europe. And here's the team that you can see playing for Italy.
I mean, massive names on this team, right? Everybody knows how powerful these are. Playing together, we've got Klaus there, we've got Zervus, Kree again, and Potato, and then we've got Natalo and, of course, Som being there as the sub. Fantastic players on this team, a very strong, if not one of the strongest teams that is currently playing in this cup. It's going to be very tough for Netherlands to handle Italy today.
And Netherlands are going to be the team that you kind of have to look at as possibly being that dark horse, being the team that could upset some expectations, but it's really hard to quantify them, especially when they come from, I believe it was Group C that they played in with Unity Country, and it was just the two in that group, so both moved forward. So now they got to really prove to everybody that they are going to be a team to beat, that they are going to be a team to compete. And if they could take a win or even get the series up against Italy, that'd be one heck of a showing.
Yeah, no, it really would. And to be honest, if we look at Netherlands, we see Oblivion Gaming players, we see Team Imp players, two massive teams in the EU scene already, buddy. Christo being there, we've got Guard, we've got Yashari, we've got DJ, and we've got Akari Ryu. Some fantastic players already in the EU scene in massive teams, and they've come together to compete for the Netherlands. So it's going to be an amazing game, is this one. As you've said already, buddy, if the Netherlands can take a game away from Italy, they will keep themselves in this, and that's what they need to do, but they've got to be cautious of the pressure that these teams like Italy and France put onto people so early.
Exactly, especially because when we look at how these games could go down, we saw from the last series, Austria and France, that comfort picks just didn't work for Austria. Not against a Titan such as France, and possibly not against a Titan such as Italy. So when you are a team like the Netherlands, we are really going to look at what kind of style you want to play. A lot of the shifting of the meta from Worlds has really been taking over every tournament, including here in Europe, where you're seeing faster gameplay. We're seeing teams really go for these early games, trying to snowball out of control. But we look at how Netherlands, I mean, you can see from just their loading screens that have the Urshifu. We've been seeing that a little bit of that, but that is scaling on your team. I'm really curious to see what Netherlands can pull out against Italy to kind of take this series. Tano, do you have any suggestions that you would look at for this team that maybe they could be like, all right, use this style if you want to really go toe-to-toe against Italy?
I think that it's going to come down to which team can capitalize on. We've seen a lot of that meta of being the strong front line with some good all-rounders with a really strong range mon in the background, right, Magical? And I think if Netherlands can stick to that and utilize that so well, maybe an Inteleon or something like that, that they know they can use, pair that with some strong all-rounders and some good front line, but they just need to make sure they don't lose this early game, because that's where Netherlands has struggled recently. And I think if they just stick to their guns with this one, they can pull on through.
And Teleon, we've been seeing that kind of rise in priority, which I think is really interesting. Miraidon obviously has been one of the top tier attackers, especially when you look at the range that it provides, but this Inteleon really has kind of added a wrench to the cog machine that is this meta, something that wants to scale more into the game, but just draft around the early game, protect the Sobble until it can get to the Inteleon stage. And that has been able to win so many of these series for teams. And I am curious to see if we actually end up seeing it banned. If teams are just going to say, we don't even want to deal with it. Miraidon, we'd rather deal with Miraidon, which is already incredibly powerful, than Inteleon.
Yeah, the thing is, when these pro players are on Inteleon, it genuinely feels as broken as Miraidon, mate, because they're so good on it. Like, I can't hit a snipe shot to save my life, but if you put these pro players on it, they're not whiffing any of them. So it very much is up there with one of the strongest. But that's the other side of things. Netherlands need to ensure that they don't allow Italy too many of those really broken meta picks right now. We've seen enabling teams having Zacian and Miraidon together alongside either an Armarouge or a Ceruledge, and that's just something that they just can't allow coming into this, because Italy will punish a team if they're able to pick up mons like that.
Oh, I know. And this is where it's really difficult for teams, because only 2 bans means that there are a lot of powerful picks that go through. This is why I think that Orange side is so strong. Italy is even going to have Orange side in this game 1 against Netherlands. I think it provides so much for teams to be able to draft around, because there are only these 2 bans you can get. There's only the 1 pick Netherlands can get of these strong mons. So Italy, I want to see how you're going to adapt into this draft, what you're going to do up against Netherlands. Well, Netherlands, I'm curious to see if they're going to get their hands on one of Miraidon or Inteleon, since those are so powerful.
Yeah, but I like the fact they're taking the Hooper out of the rotation for Italy. They don't want to be handling that. We've seen how powerful that can be. But Italy also banning the Mamoswine. One of the, I mean, if you don't get an Umbreon, you go for a Mamoswine, right? It's all about that CC that Mon can bring in. But they've also taken out that Miraidon. They've taken our word for it, Magical. They don't want to be dealing with that broken electric dragon.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Umbreon as possibly the pick here for Netherlands, just with the Mamoswine already being banned. Slowbro is still an option you can go for. Pikachu, Armarouge, we have a lot of powerful picks that are still available. It seems that Netherlands not going to start getting some of these defenders. Ho-Oh was another one that we didn't even talk about that got let through, but we've also seen that Ho-Oh has kind of fallen to the wayside compared to things like this Umbreon, Mamoswine, and Slowbro.
Yeah, I think the Umbreon just provides so much with healing, as well as obviously foul play or mean love, but they locked the Elder Gloss in, so that's an interesting pick. I like it. You're going to pair that with a Zacian, and that's going to be very difficult for anyone to handle in that top lane for Netherlands. So, but it does enable Netherlands to pick up 2 really strong picks here with the Umbreon and possibly, as you mentioned already, Magical, the Ho-Oh. It is open. That would be 2 huge meta picks that they can get here.
Oh, but no, they go for Charizard instead. Netherlands getting their attackers in the Sylveon, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. They already are going to grab that, but Charizard we didn't even talk about, because it has been something that we just haven't seen actually drafted with how much bans it's gotten.
Yeah, you expect it to just be banned from the get-go, right? It's almost as if the entirety of the Unite community is agreeing that Charizard's not available, but they do manage to grab it. I'm very surprised with the Sylveon. I was suspecting they'd get the Umbreon, but instead we see Italy lock that one in with the Pikachu. So it's going to be really interesting. Netherlands are going to have to get some frontline. They need it to protect that Armarouge at least. I know Sylveon is pretty tanky, but I do like the Trevenant pick. Will we get the Ho-Oh?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Looking at Netherlands, they don't go for it. Instead, they go for the Fire Chicken. Blaziken going to be locked in for Netherlands. And this draft is more surprising to me for Netherlands. We haven't seen the Inteleon focus like we had been seeing back in Stage 2 or even yesterday. And we are seeing more scaling options for either team now that Urshifu has been locked in for Italy.
Yeah, this is an interesting draft. It's almost as if everything we expected the Netherlands to do, they've gone different. And, you know, fair enough, play your game, right? We expect people to draft a certain way, but they definitely want to play their game. The team that Italy have chosen is going to be tough for Netherlands to handle, but they do have a good balance of the early game and the late game over there. You've got the Blaziken and the Charizard prepared to get cooking as soon as we hit that mid game. And then, of course, Armarouge, Sylveon, and Trevenant are such strong early gamers. It's going to be about keeping yourself in this early game. We know Netherlands struggle with that, buddy. So let's hope that they can do that in this game.
Dono, you hit the nail on the head on that one. I was about to say, while those evolutions, you know, getting to level 5 is going to be big for Netherlands, they have to get there first. And that's a Zacian on the other side that you have to deal with. Even Pikachu are going to make it difficult for you to do so. I am looking at Italy and how they are going to play this early game. Which lane they're going to attack first, because if their first gank is successful, then that is going to be devastating for Netherlands. They have to hold on for that first, maybe even second gank. Once they get those early evolutions they need, that's when I think we start seeing Netherlands bounce back.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, are they going to try and share this jungle out at all? You've got two Mons that are going to be seriously strong if you can get them evolved early enough. So I think it's really going to come down to that one. But here we go. We're getting cracked on into this game already, and we'll see who goes for that jungle. It's going to be the Charizard.
Ooh, okay. I actually like this. We have been seeing a lot of these scalers go for the central path, for the jungle first and foremost, just to get these early levels. They need those early evolutions. But it does mean that we look to the top path. That is going to be a poor Torchic up against the Sword Doggo. And you can see how much pressure just Potato was able to put on them.
Yeah, that's going to be scary when you've got that Glossifer there to provide assistance to that Doggo. They need that Charmeleon to come into lane as soon as possible. But look at the pressure in this bottom lane. Pikachu just carrying on with the aggressiveness. This Umbreon's very close to getting their level 4. They just need a bit more XP. They have to drop that XP to speed away. But we see Kari, Ryu doing the Usain Bolt themselves, trying to catch them. But Pikachu is there to prevent that cut-off. But here comes Klaus on the big bear. Are they going to pick up the KO? They've got the passive, and I think that's going to be goodbye to that little Phantom.
Yeah, well done there from Italy. First gank successful. Getting that for their Urshifu as well. Perfect time to get the evolution out of Kubfu into that. Now we go into the top path, and we see a little bit of a fight over the ulterior camp. Charmeleon jumped on 2v3. Italy are the powerhouse here with a double knockout. These dunks easily going to be secured by Potato. Maybe even looking for the dive. They just want to make sure they're putting all the pressure on every one of these lanes.
Yeah, and it's like we said, buddy, that evolution has not managed to get the Evo they need. We're just going to have this bear diving onto the Charmeleon, and that's going to be goodbye into the Flux Zone. So yet again, Netherlands are just struggling at the moment to get going in this early game, and Italy are exactly the kind of team to punish anyone having trouble at this stage. And look at what Klaus is doing. They've taken 1 and 2. Armarouge has to back up. The Sword Doggo takes the little chick again, and Italy are on for a storm right now.
Tano, we just talked about the early game. If it's successful for Italy, they're not gonna stop. This is their field. This is their game style that they drafted for, getting those evolutions, getting these successful ganks. And now, I don't know what Netherlands could possibly do outside of hope that they can scale up into the game to get back in this one.
Yeah, it's really going to be a matter of getting that experience. They've finally got the Sylveon online, buddy. They've got the Armarouge. We just need to make sure that we get this Charizard and we get this Blaziken here. But you've got to watch out for that Sword Doggo. They're going to continue to put pressure in this lane. I feel like there might be some assistance needed to at least get this Blaziken going.
There needs to be something, but how are you able to assist your top path when bot path is struggling, when central path is not controlled, and you have nothing you can really do to bounce back in this game, especially now that you're having this Urshifu and Zacian both at level 9?
Yeah, I think you've got to rotate one of your strongest mons into that top lane and let this Blaziken go and do this. That's what they're kind of doing here. They've let the Blaziken take some of that jungle, so we are at least going to get an evolution sooner than just leave them in that top path. But Zacian's not going to let any XP go away. They're going to grab whatever they can from the side of Netherlands, and look how prepared Italy are for this Regirock that spawned. They're going to get some zoning onto it. Charizard is coming in. We do have the Hyper Scream coming out from the Sylveon. It's half health on the Regirock, buddy, but we do have Blaziken there for the lock-in. Who's going to get it? It's been reset, but oh my god, the Doggo in the background. Huge sword burst, take down 1. Are they going to grab the Charizard? Yes, they are. It's just Armarouge with a dream, but it ain't going to be happening today.
Not one bit. Italy absolutely dominate that fight. What a rotation from Potato. And they're looking for another dive onto this pad in the bot path. They had the Umbreon really far out there, getting a little bit of heals back from Eldegoss, but that might be the sacrificial lamb. No! Umbreon will escape with their life.
Gotta get that foul play dash on out of there. Well played to Kree again, being able to dodge that overheat kick. It does so much damage. But look at this Potato, yet again in the top lane, just not laying any XP go to the side of Netherlands. This is how Italy plays so well. They make sure that they grab every piece of farm that they can.
I think this is looking like it's going to be on par and on course for a perfect game out of Italy, except for right there. Caster Gerson immediately. Isaac Slam, Charizard, but it's sniped by the Thunder there as Reggie Lucky, who's going to get it. It is secured by Netherlands. They get a knockout. These are big points for Netherlands to get back in this game.
Yeah, fantastic bit of play from Netherlands there. That's going to bring them back into this at least. We have that donut on the board up there, but if they can get something into this pad, they're going to be feeling a lot stronger. We do see a lot of pressure coming in from that Trevenant. We've got the overheat kick ready to go in the bush, but they're going to have to back up because there's too much pressure coming from that Italy side.
Yeah, but Netherlands, I think you're going to take that play. You got huge power spikes right there, getting these knockouts onto both the Zacian and the Urshifu. Look at that. You have 3 level 10s now for Netherlands. Important mons to have those evolutions for. Makes it so they have a fighting chance, but they can't get knocked out here as they try to go for the overheat kick. It does a lot, but Cristo has to dive away, getting back towards the team.
Yeah, they really are getting themselves back into it from the level perspective. Still donuts on that board, but if they can keep themselves within a couple of 100 points as we go to the Rayquaza battle soon, it will at least keep them in the game, buddy. We have a bottom Reggie spawned, but look at how prepared the rotation is from Italy. They've got that bear coming down. They've got the Eldegoss that was rotating down there, but they don't see any vision coming in from Netherlands. They know these points are going in top. They've got the 40 dunk, but there comes the sword. That's going to do it with the Unite move from the Umbreon. But look at the pressure from Netherlands with the damage moves onto that pad.
And the fact that they were able to get the armor eject button out of that one was crucial. But you got to be careful. Urshifu with the Seismic Slam from Charizard. They have a lot of damage. They're trying to dive Sylveon. They're on Armor Rouge as well for a double KO. Urshifu absolutely titanic in this top lane.
That's Klaus saying, come give me a cuddle, buddy. And they take out both of the damage on the side of Netherlands. And without those, you can say goodbye to any kind of team fight. Well played to Italy to come on back into that. They're now 251 points on that board. And they're going to grab every buff they can out of this jungle.
They aren't done. They want more control back in this game. Saying that the earlier play that kind of let Netherlands have a window was just a fluke, but they are going to be the kings of the Sky Ruins, but they are continuing to overcommit for a lot of these plays that might put them in a bad spot. We have a bit more than a minute left until we have that Rayquaza, and that could be the saving grace for the Netherlands as they are looking to chase down Hyper Voice, getting a lot of damage on Urshifu with the kick as well, but you gotta be careful. Urshifu throws it right back. Sword Doggo here as well. 2 knockouts as Italy continue to get control of the Theia Sky Ruins.
That was illegal from Klaus, buddy. Breaking ankles on that one. As soon as you feel like you're going to pick up a huge KO, it comes back to bite you. And that worked so well for them. But we're going to see a push from Italy here. And I'm not too sure about this one, Magical. We see the Thunderstorm coming out from the Pikachu at 245. They really do want to push this one in. They want to try and make sure that they get some KOs while they can. But it's going to be a close one. Goodbye, 1, 2, 3. They could push this in if they can fell this tree. It's getting pretty weak. And the Sword Doggo does just that. They can now spot plenty of points in this goal. They could go for an overcap if they wanted, but Zacian's still got 50 points, and they're going to need that for this Rayquaza fight.
I was about to say, they don't want to give up the 50 for the Rayquaza, not one bit. They need to have every power point they possibly can, and holding on to that as they wait out the 10 seconds that now remain. Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised here that we didn't see the... Oh, there it is. The Registeel go over to Netherlands. They kind of need that little boost to help them when it comes to this upcoming fight.
Yeah, they need anything that they can get at the moment because of how confident Italy are against them. And we're going to see some poke onto the Ray, just trying to get some vision onto where the enemies are. It seems like they want to approach. The Sword Doggo's going to do just that, but they get an overheat kick in their face. Eldegoss unites just to keep them alive. And there comes the Thunderstorm. The Scream is going down. A Seismic Slam from a Charizard's going to take out that Doggo. Who's going to lock it in? It's Blaziken, the absolute god of secure. But can they score the points? They need to get them in. They've got shields. We're going to see one. I think we're going to see 2 going into that bomb pack. pad as well, Magical. They may have pulled this one out, Netherlands.
Netherlands, huge play there from Christo to get the secure. Like you said, it is big having something like that Fire Chicken to secure the Rayquaza. It was down to the wire, but now they are the team with the lead. In Italy, you have to do something. You do have a lot of time left on the clock. They can have one good fight and get right back into the lead.
Absolutely. They are, they're less than 100 points between them, so just one huge back cap here will be enough to get them into this lead. They need a big push, and Italy are capable of doing it. They need some Unite moves, though. They don't have them. Oh, we've got two. We've got the Umbreon and the Zacian one up now, buddy. They're ready to push this. Let's see. They've got a lot of damage coming from Netherlands, though. They are prepared for it. Everybody is getting prepared to push onto this pad.
Big shields, though, for the side of Netherlands. The fight is trying to go into the dive. They've got a lot. Urshivu, who doesn't back up the Umbreon. Not in time, at least, because they're getting knocked out, wiped clean off the face of the Sky Ruins.
I mean, I'm a Rugen. Charizard said, I bet I'm going to get this on my shoulders and we're going to wipe out the entirety of Italy. And that was not expected with how well Italy were playing that game. It felt like the Netherlands were struggling in the early game, as we mentioned they might do. But what a fantastic Rayquaza fight to take that one. Netherlands are going to take the first game of this series.
Upsetting all expectations right there with this win over Italy. And even Italy is going to be asking themselves what went wrong in that game. They were winning for about 90% of it. It just came down to the wire on that one Rayquaza fight like you were talking about.
Oh, buddy, that is... These games in this cup this year have been off the rails. That is crazy. Well played to the Netherlands. I honestly felt like Italy were feeling quite confident in that. I was worried that that confidence was going to make them do a couple of misplays. I was quite surprised at the push with the Lecky just as we were hitting the Rayquaza point, because that's a lot of XP that they can give them, right? But I mean, just for Netherlands to come back from that one, Magical, and pull out a massive Rayquaza fight to take that win is crazy.
I mean, the big thing was, I think that you talked about it again. You hit the nail on the head once more when talking about just a couple mistakes from Italy. It gave enough experience to Netherlands that allowed them, especially Christo and Mizu, to be able to get into this game at those powerful spikes in the late game, having both Charizard and Blaziken that scale so well into the game, and allowing even a risky fight around Rayquaza where it became that 50-50, and you're going up against a Blaziken that is so good at securing those objectives.
Exactly, and it did feel like in that Lecky push they used some Unite moves that they probably shouldn't have done. We saw that Pikachu one coming out. Now I know it's a low cooldown, but that is such a valuable Unite move when it comes to a Rayquaza fight. You have to make sure you have that up, and unfortunately they went for that push and they used it, so it just meant there was a bit more pressure that the Netherlands could have out of that coming into the fight of Rayquaza, and they used it to their advantage. What a fantastic way to take a point away from Italy.
Right, and you're going up against players that have experience in the competitive scene when it comes to the Netherlands. It's not like it's a team that any slouches into this one. You better bet that they saw that thunderstorm was down. They're like, now we have to go for a Rayquaza fight now while that low cooldown is burned. We have to take control of it, and that's exactly what they did. And that is why Netherlands were able to take game one. And I would say definitely a big upset, because they weren't winning most of that game. They were falling behind so early on into it, as we had called out, yet they still were able to bounce back.
Yeah, and honestly, that is just a huge shout out to the mentality of these players. As we've mentioned, Netherlands is made up of people from Oblivion Gaming and from Team In, two massive teams within the EU scene. They know how to play this game, and to have that mentality of, yes, right now we are losing this early game, we're not doing well in the mid game, we just need to ensure that we can have a fantastic fight at this Rayquaza. To not lose your head in a game like that is massive, buddy, and I'm so excited for this game too, because Italy are not going to be happy with that upset. They felt like they did everything right up until that 8-minute mark.
Exactly, and that's where Italy, we're going to look at how this team can bounce back, because sometimes it's about the mentality of taking a loss, learning from it, and how you change going into this next game, because I don't think either team in the draft was that poor. I think it was just certain moments in gameplay for both teams that they faltered. Netherlands, it was the early game. Italy, it was some of those later team fights where, like you said, burning some of these Unite moves that they could have held on for something like Rayquaza that might just be the things that Italy go, oh, it's okay. Those mistakes happen. Let's learn from it, get into game two, bounce back, get into game three.
And this can happen when, like, we've seen the EU teams, especially in this cup, just put on that pace, that aggression, and that they don't let up throughout the entirety of the game. But sometimes you can take that too far, and it honestly felt like Italy was starting to do that in that game. If they just decided at that point, right, let's get set up for Rayquaza and ensure that we have an aggressive stance, but we're prepared for a fight coming on in, it may have changed the result of that game. It does sometimes feel like you want to keep that pressure on so much that you do give away some plays.
Yeah, and this is where I'm looking at how the game 2 draft is going to be. And honestly, I don't expect that much to change outside of the side selection. I think that we're going to see both teams really try to commit to what they had drafted before. Early game from Italy, while Netherlands are going to be like, hey, if we can get that scaling like before, even if we could just have a slightly earlier, a better early game into this one, we don't even have to worry about a mistake coming in from Italy. We'll just be able to capitalize on the fact that we have the scaling into the late.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's hope that the Netherlands do take that advice and they're listening to you, Magical. But what we're going to do at the moment, chat, is we're just going to take a quick 2-minute break while we wait for one of the players to reset their routers. It's the internet, you know what it's like. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this session of the Unite Europe Cup. It has been crazy. We've just seen Netherlands take a win against Italy, Magical. Nobody was expecting that one. I don't think Italy were for definite. So let's see how they're going to come back into this second game.
I really am curious to see how Italy bounces back. Because sometimes obviously there's two ways you can take a loss. One is that you're going to take it hard. It's going to hurt you. You're going to feel defeated after that one. But the other is the learning way, where you learn from that one, go, it's okay. mistakes happen. This is how we fix it. This is how we move forward into the next game. And that is what I want to see from Italy going into this one. There's a reason we have been building up this team this whole time. While for the Netherlands, I think, again, they can even learn from their own successes. That they can learn that, hey, we were losing pretty much the majority of that game. Our early game was struggling. How do we fix that so we can secure this 2-0, so we can make sure we are moving forward in the Unity European Cup 2024?
And what a massive upset that would be. Italy looking to get their crown back away from France, and they've played so amazing so far. So it will be something completely untoward to see Netherlands do that. And they are a team capable of it, though, Magical. That's the thing that we all need to remember. These players are fantastic players, so they're definitely capable of doing that. Will we see? Because I feel like that Charizard and the Unite moves were actually quite valuable for Netherlands in that game. Will we see Italy want to consider that as a threat?
I would hope so, especially looking at the draft. Actually, oh, no, sorry, not actually. We are having the side swap. So with Italy onto purple, I think that they really have to look at what went so well for Netherlands. And a lot of that, I think, was that Charizard being able to drag out some important mons from these fights, to get these seismic slams that really turned the tides and made it so Netherlands was able to fight so well in the later stages. While for Netherlands, interesting ban there, the Urshifu. I didn't expect to be their first ban. I expected to see maybe just kind of still go with a lot more of these meta picks, such as the Umbreon that was taken away by Italy.
Yeah, I feel like Netherlands are probably feeling that they can't quite handle the early game that comes from that Shifu. We've seen it every time it's played against them. They're diving into flux zones, they're picking up KOs left, right, and center. I just think the Netherlands consider it to be too much of a threat that they don't quite know how to shut down yet. So I like using a ban for that sake. It is going to enable this sort of doggo to be picked up by Italy, though, and we know how powerful they can be on that mon.
This is why I like Orange side. You get the Zacian, but now Armarouge and Charizard are both available for Netherlands. And the Armarouge, we didn't really talk about it just because it wasn't getting all the limelight of that last game. But there was so much damage that was dealt by the Armarouge from those armor cannons. Eldegoss is another pick that you can get here for Netherlands. There are a lot of powerful mons available to you, but they go for the Blissey. A little surprised by that one.
Yeah, I am as well. They know how well the Eldegoss and Zacian work together, but they've given him it. And that was the other thing I was going to mention, right? The Mamoswine. Umbreon's been taken away. You could pick up the second best, or I mean, it's probably joint first, to be honest, defender in the game at the moment. I know they can utilize the Trevenant, they could utilize the Slowbro, but they just provide so much CC, do those two mons, and giving them Blaziken on the side of Italy as well is going to be an interesting choice.
All right, Charizard. No. Okay. Not going to be Charizard. I guess, you see Zacian and you see Blaziken. It's doubtful that Italy would go for a trifecta of all-rounders. They kind of need that range to help them out, especially up against an Armarouge. So having just two defenders, things that can kind of build up around the Armarouge, protect the Armarouge, it's effectively a protect the president comp that we have here for Netherlands.
Yeah, and to be fair, Armarouge is one hell of a president. It's got so much damage that can come out with the armor cannon. It does so much AoE. And to be fair, the Ho-Ho is probably just a Charizard in costume, right? It's going to take... It's got wings, it's big. Although they pull out the Charizard. They listened to you, Magical. They was like, all right, bet.
All right, especially up against something like Zacian and Mew, having this Charizard for these fights is going to be big. And I think it still kind of works in this Protect the President comp. You have both the Slowbro and Ho-Oh that can stand in front of DJ, allow the armor cannons to continue to come through, and then any damage that is dealt from any range, or if anyone gets on top of the Armarouge, Blissey there for the Bliss Assist, just to make sure that you're helping out and keeping Armarouge going. That is going to be the big thing for Netherlands, is allowing DJ to get all this damage, especially on to some of these all-rounders that are going to try to dive on top of him, such as the Fire Chicken Blaziken and the Sword Doggo.
Yeah, definitely. But I will say that Netherlands have taken an earlier game in regards to their mons. So I think they've really started to think, let's try and make sure that majority of our mons can have a good early game. Realistically, it's only the Charizard that's, really considered late game on their comp. Yeah. But even so, Charmander and Charmeleon can drop quite a bit of damage, especially wherever you take it in those lanes.
Yeah, and I would expect to see a similar kind of style that we saw from the Netherlands before. Send the Charmander into the central path, allow them to get all that jungle for themselves. pretty much just get the Charizard as quickly as possible so they can have a lot of those impactful fights. And Netherlands, there's got to be a lot of pressure on them for how they were able to take that last game, but also has to feel good because you know that this game, if you're able to take a 2-0 against Italy, you're looking a lot better going forward. And a lot of teams are going to have to look at the Netherlands as that dark horse of the tournament that we were setting up before that could possibly not even just take out these games, but start taking this victory to win the entirety of the cup.
Absolutely, buddy. And if there's three things in life, it's taxes, it's death, it's Zervis invading on a Hooper. They're going to go on into this blue buff. Are they going to lock it in? Yes, they are. Charmander not having a good day here. Zervis could lock in a KO if they get close enough with that stun. They're trying to run. They might have to eject over that pad, but Hooper gets them anyway.
Heartbreak right there for the Charmander, still getting executed and knocked out, allowing that invade not just to be successful, but to be momentous for Italy. Even look at this, still invading, forcing the Slowpoke to try to defend this red buff so that it's not taken away from Hoopa as well.
And that just means that Slowpoke is not in the lane where it needs to be. Ho-Ho is also having to come down to put some pressure onto Zervis, but they're going to get on out of there. They got the pad. They didn't get the red buff, but they wasted a lot of time for Netherlands there.
And still not even done. Zervis just takes the Hoopa portal back to base, and it is going to continue that invade, looking for further pressure to deny the Charmeleon for a potential fight in the either top path or bot path, dependent on where we start seeing some of the pressure be exerted by Italy. Now that they see that Mizu's here and go, hey, it's Charmander. Why don't we chase down this Charmander? Look for the knockout out of Hoopa once again while the Sword Doggo doing Sword Doggo things. One slice for a double knockout.
Wow. And I tell you what, even though the Netherlands have these early game mons, they've got the Slowpoke, they still have a Slowpoke magical at the 8-minute mark because Italy have just kept on crazy pressure yet again, managing to do what they always do in this early game.
This is looking like what we saw from them in Game 1, the early game domination and taking full control of the Sky Ruins and forcing Netherlands to answer to you. They have to constantly be the ones looking for these fights and looking for this pressure to make sure that Netherlands can never get that scaling like they did last time. And so they can be the team that has the massive lead going into the fight around Rayquaza. And again, these double knockouts for the Zacian.
I gotta say, if you're ever scared of a big bird coming at you, the Sword Doggo is the answer. And we see this Piloswine stopping any scoring that Armarouge may have in its plans, and they're gonna get deleted. They drop down an armor cannon, but it ain't gonna do enough. We're about to have these objectives spawn into this field, and Italy are going on the dominance yet again.
Italy are mad from that last game here, Tano. They're saying that was a fluke. We are the team to beat for a reason, and we are going to beat you here in Game 2. Full pressure as they chase away the tankier members of the Netherlands in the bot path and continue to score massive points.
Yeah, they want to do as much as they can before that springboard is up, right? It's when that springboard comes up at the halfway mark that we start to see them push and possibly risk some KOs. So they're taking the attitude that they want to lock in every single objective and every piece of farm that they can until that happens. But the Netherlands have rotated up to this Lecky. We have the Blaziken and the Sword Doggo here. Two amazing secures, and with that Unite move, they try to get it, but Ho-Ho gets revenge and locks in the Lecky.
The Flamethrower picking that up for Ho-Oh, so they're going to get the Lecky. A fight from the Fire Chicken looking for the kick. What a flash there to get the damage they need to. Trying to keep Slowbro alive, which is actually possible, but there's going to be the snipe. 1-for-1 in trade as Lecky is denied from getting to the pad by the Sword Doggo.
That's what we need to see more of from Netherlands, though, right? Stick together, play as a team, because it makes it tough for you to go down. Italy struggle when you are fighting as a 5. They're going to try and pick up some easy KOs, though. They see Mew in this mid-section, but they've got their boosted. They want to try and get onto it, but unfortunately, Charizard just got out of range on that one.
Yeah, just barely able to get out. As now Ho-Oh getting attacked, Cristo trying to get back towards Blissey, and the Sword Doggo's chase is just too real. And this is going to be a problem for the Netherlands, but at least they are staying relatively even. This is kind of what they did in the last game, where their early game faltered up against Italy, but they scaled and they got into these later game fights that bounced them back in.
Yeah, absolutely. But it does feel like at the moment Zacian has that Ho-Ho's number on speed dial. Every time they have an interaction, they are getting the KO. And Blaziken wants to continue with the push into the wall for the stun, and the Zacian to back them up with the Slowbro that was coming on in. Italy do not want to let up any pressure. This is how they play, and they're going to set up camp in this enemy jungle.
Trying to deny some of the levels picked up, but they got to be careful. That's going to be the Hoopa portal back for at least 2 of them. But the fight almost looked like it was going to be there onto Mew. That's that red buff getting a lot of damage from range. But this Zacian diving in does get so much more for the team as they took out one defender and only chased away. No knockouts there for the Netherlands.
Yeah, that is not advantage from a seismic slam that you want to get. You need to be picking up at least 1 or 2 KOs when you use that Unite move with how powerful it is. At least it does back Italy up. But I gotta say, pairing that was huge. There comes the rings unbound. Reggie Lecky's gonna get some push onto it. Sword Doggers, they're prepared. We do have Ho-Ho in the backline, buddy. They're trying to push on in. There's a Bliss assistance, and it is Blaziken that takes that Lecky. Netherlands weren't able to steal that one this time, and they're gonna push onto this pad. Hoopa portals are available for the heat, and look at the eject overheat coming in from the Blaziken. That is illegal, and that goes into that pad. They're gonna break this T1.
They're gonna get the top path, full control back to Italy again. What an eject button with that Blaze kick to pick up these knockouts for Italy and pick up control. They're now exerting that into the central path and taking away any farm from the Netherlands that they could possibly have to get back in the game. But that's going to be a dive onto Ho-Oh. Rather tanky. There is the Charizard getting the damage, burning 1. Hoopa portal was back, at least for the Hoopa. That means Mew's been left out alone. They're chasing him away, but no further chase will be there from Netherlands.
Good pick up on that Blaziken. We're seeing the levels being slightly even, to be fair. They need that Blissey to get back up on board, but the 13 over on that Blaziken's going to be tough. Here comes the bottom Reggie. We're going to see Netherlands want to try and poke in, but Italy are yet again prepared for the zone in. They're ready to hop onto this Charizard if the opportunity comes along.
Especially with this flank. That's going to be the seismic shove onto the support. Hoopa has been taken out, so it could mean a 4v4 around the red giants, but looking at the overheat kick and that damage on a Blissey. You're not tanky, Slowbro. Healing back up the best they can, but the fact that you're already lots out on the Bliss assist that could be there, they're chasing down the Slowbro, forcing out as much as humanly possible. Slowbro's trying to survive, but gets poked and sniped out by Mew, while the rest of Netherlands have gone for the flank. That's the Mammoth Mash with the drag back in from the Ice Fang, but they do burst down the Mammoth Swine. He's gone extinct, and then they throw it right back onto the Armorers, who gets the red dice, goes over to the Flame Chicken, looking for the dash back in as Ho-Oh trying to heal up, but it's all this damage from the Blaziken, helping them chase down, look for the knockout onto Ho-Oh, barely able to get back.
That is fantastic play from Italy. And have you seen how they pair the Mew beams coming in alongside the overheat kick from Blaziken? 2 hits, buddy, and you are getting deleted. Italy do that so well. And can they get this within the next 2 seconds? I think it's going to be a bit too much for that Sword Dogger to go for. But the Green Dragon has arrived.
And we've seen this before, Tana. This could be the make or break here for the Netherlands to get the 2-0 lead. While Italy, they have to win this fight. It is do or die. You've got a 14 level chicken. You can utilize that as you're looking for some of the poke.
You absolutely are. What's the slow beam going to go on? They don't want to put it onto the Mammoth Swine. They need to pick up at least the Doggo, and it does go over to the side of the Blaziken. Can they pick it up? They have got the shields, and there comes the rings unbound, buddy. We're seeing some more going down. Slowbro's down, but of course we've got the Mew Unite move to try and keep their teammates alive in this fight. They haven't been able to pick up enough. Look how weak that Charizard is coming on in. If they can get Zacian, this will be a game changer for the Netherlands.
Potato, they're taking a lot. Looking for the Rayquaza, looking for the dive. Italy, it's do or die. You gotta get the fights to work for you. And there's a lot of damage onto Armorers, and you're chased away. 50% onto Rayquaza. Someone's gotta secure it. Someone's gotta control. Snipe in from Mew, looking for the Rayquaza. It is secured by Italy. They will not go out quietly into that night.
That was a Mew boosted that managed to lock in that Rayquaza. That is absolutely crazy, but Italy have managed to come back for their revenge. Netherlands only able to score the 10 points. Italy were feeling pretty strong in that one, buddy. They were playing angry.
Yeah, they were, and they were playing for their lives right there. Beautiful plays from Italy. Secure Rayquaza, and we'll secure us a game 3 because they will tie up the series off the back of that.
I just think that's fantastic. I feel like Netherlands played so well in the first game with that Rayquaza fight, and then Italy came back swinging. They were not happy with what happened. Are we going to see them do the same in Game 3? Italy are not going to be happy if they don't get this win now.
Exactly. They will take us to Game 3 off the back of that fight. Big plays from Italy. Their early game, again, seemed like it was untouchable by the Netherlands, where they could not get any damage at all done to them, and that allowed them to get to these later game fights where they had themselves, that is 10 points only for Netherlands. But keep in mind, it was down to the wire onto the Rayquaza.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? It was like 251 points, I think, coming into that Rayquaza battle. That's just 2 back caps, buddy. Do you know what I mean? So it is still coming down to that. Netherlands are managing to keep themselves at least in it to where the Rayquaza fight matters. But it doesn't matter what mons they pick. They struggle in this early game, and Italy are just a powerhouse at that stage. Potato with 10 KOs was just ruling that top lane.
And this is where, if you are Netherlands, you have to start asking yourselves, do you ban the Zacian? Because it seems like you have no answers to how it plays in lane. You have been falling so heavily from the early game power that Potato brings. I think you just got to start saying, look, yeah, Urshifu is a problem, same with Cerulege, but letting Potato have that domination at 2v1 in the top path, enough is enough.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Of course, you can't ban the player, but you've got to at least have a look at the mons they play so well. And Potato has never had any issues on that sort of doggo, especially when it's paired with some sort of support. And I feel like Netherlands struggle really hard with taking that out. So you do need to weigh those up. I feel like they've put up a huge fight. 106k damage dropped onto that slow bro. Tanking is crazy. So I don't know. Let's see what the Netherlands do here, buddy, because they haven't really taken a conventional draft. Every time we think they're going to pick something, they go for something else. So I suspect they're probably going to do the same in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft too from both sides, and I just have to ask for the Netherlands, where's the Eldegoss? You had that option. Yes, the Blissey did kind of help out, but I feel like having an Eldegoss there might have been even better. Having all these shields that you can get for the team, a little bit more supporting for these team fights, and then also not having to worry about getting sniped out from some of the initial engages might have been able to save Netherlands in the late game team fights.
Yeah, I'm with you. I understand the Blissey pick, and Blissey can take a lot of damage, but I just feel like the Eldegoss would have been able to provide at least some damage as well as the healing, and it's so good with that passive that it has with slowing people down. I just think, yeah, they are obviously concerned about the Unite move from Blissey. Bliss assistance can do so much, but if you can't stay alive in a team fight, you're not going to get much out of that, right?
Exactly, and the thing to me is you already had double defenders when it came to Ho and Slowbro. You don't need to throw in a Blissey as well. You could just have something like that Eldegoss to more help out the back line, since you are going to have a very solid front line.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Netherlands do make that adjustment, because, of course, Italy were playing mad in that game. They weren't happy with losing that first game after how well they did. So they're probably coming to this Game 3 situation feeling the same way. They want to dominate this game. Netherlands know it's going to be a tough early game for them.
And the thing for Netherlands is they have survived it already once to pick up a win. They almost were able to have that second game too. It was so close down to the wire at Rayquaza that really, even if they only got 10 points in the game, it was do or die for Rayquaza, the 50-50. But the Fire Chicken, there's a reason why Blaziken's so good at securing and why we end up seeing even the Mew that snipe, the damage you were calling out there from the solar beams were massive to not only pick up the kill and the knockout onto armors, but also to get the secure onto Rayquaza.
Yeah, I gotta say, the way that Italy were pairing those moves together was fantastic. They did it with the Zacian as well. It was just pairing that with something coming in from the Mew. They did it with like the boosted from the Mew and then Zacian diving in with the Sacred Sword. It was fantastic play from Italy, and you've got to be prepared for those double combo moves to come at you, especially for an ambush. Italy like to do it so often.
All right, now we go into Game 3. It is all on to this for both teams. Netherlands already got one big victory in Game 1, but Italy bouncing back in Game 2 to bring us to this tied series. If we look at the bans, Hoopa going to be the first one denied by Netherlands. And looking at what that final ban is going to be from them, they really are contemplating that Urshifu. They go for that one, saying, we can grab the Sword Doggo since we are purple.
Yeah, and I think that would be a good shout. I will never complain about a Hooper ban. I think it always makes sense. We've seen how strong Italy are at putting pressure on. They like to keep the pace heavy, and Hooper just enables that even more.
Armarouge finally denied, but Cerule Edge is available. The Sword Doggo is available. Charizard is available. We have a lot of these powerful mons that you can take for either side, and Netherlands opt for the Sword Doggo, effectively a third ban.
Yeah, and I think what we need to see here is if they go for the Umbreon, you go for the Mammothswine. You need to pick up those strong defenders, and then also you want to go for the support that works best for you. Eldegoss works a treat with that Zacian.
I'm looking at this. There's the Cerule Edge, and I'm expecting to see... honestly, I'm going towards Mammothswine here for Italy. I think that could be the powerful defender they needed to, but the Eldegoss, something that I was asking for in Game 2 from either squad, is picked up by Italy, and I really do like that. Even if Umbreon and Mammothswine are available, it's doubtful that Netherlands are going to go for both, so you will guarantee getting one of them.
Absolutely. I like the Mammothswine lock in for the Netherlands. They go back to the Sylveon, and I gotta say, it did work in that first game, Magical. I'm surprised it's picked so early, because Sylveon usually does fall down to the lower side of things with how the meta is, but it worked for them in Game 1, and I understand going back to that.
And looking at Italy, there's that Umbreon and Buzzwole combo. So having that early game still there for Italy, especially out of Potato. And if you're able to play like how you did before on the Zacian with this Buzzwole in that top path, I can see Italy still dominating in the 2v1 scenarios and getting them that early game. Well, Netherlands, what are going to be your final picks here? You still have that Blissey, and here I'd actually like the Blissey since Eldegoss has been taken away. They get Pikachu and then go for Venusaur. Whoa!
I'm really surprised at that one. Unless you're going for a more tanky Sylveon with the Mystical Fire Draining Kiss, I don't know. I feel like that Cerulege is going to have a field day against those Mons. You're going to have to... Surely we're going to have to see some sort of Pikachu being support with the Volt Tackle, or maybe... or I'm really surprised at that one, Magical. But hey, this is what the Netherlands do. They don't draft typically, and we've seen them take that first game, so you can never count this team out.
Yeah, I do see the double EXP share for Netherlands so far out of the Sylveon and Mammothswine. So it could be more of that a defensive style that Netherlands decide to go for and utilize far greater range that they have from Venusaur and even the Pikachu to make sure that these really low-range Mons on Italy's side are going to struggle even getting to them. That has been a big thing we've seen when a team drafts so many that need to fight right into your face. You get the initial poke, so that by the time they even get to you, they're already so low that you can just knock them out instantaneously.
Yeah, to be fair, them beams from that Mew are going to be huge. We've got Buzzwole there. I think the Netherlands are going to have a difficult job coming up against this Italy team again, mate. And this is it. The early game is going to work for Italy with that Cerulege and that Umbreon that can just pair together so well. When you give that an Eldegoss as well, we just need to make sure that Netherlands don't worry too much about that early game. They need to get on top of that. It's their their main weakness coming into these games, and they know it.
Yeah, and this is why we're looking at how they can play around the Sword Doggo's early game. They have it this time around. They have to make sure that they are contending with the early game. Get them to those early evolution. It is Game 3. It is Netherlands and Italy tied up at 1 apiece, and they want to both move forward in this one, while Italy wants to see that they are the Titanic team. They are going to be the team to reclaim their crown that they had lost last year. Netherlands want to prove that this is a team that was not just going to be capable of taking one game, but series off of top contenders and possibly looking for a crown themselves.
I like the fact that they've got the Sylveon there to provide assistance in the jungle. They can get that Evo early, but it does mean that this Sword Doggo is exposed, buddy. We got level 4 on Potato already. If they get 5 before Zacian is even cooking, this could be the end of the top lane already.
This is the problem that we foresaw beforehand, right? It said, how does the early game go for anyone on Netherlands side when Potato has been so strong in the top path? You're honestly not able to even answer that since you got the Sword Doggo. This Buzzwole is looking really swollen top path.
That it is, and of course, Zarulage is going to come down to the bottom because they saw that Zacian was on their own in that top pad, so it felt like Buzzwell could grab most of that. They've got the superpower now, and we're going to see these birds spawning, and they're going to go straight for that Venusaur, buddy. They take that one down. They want to try and take out the Doggo, and they do. Sylveon's here. They're going to scream at them, but they've got so much damage coming back. They're just going to scream into the void and go back to that Pokemon Center.
Another early game won by Italy and massive points picked up, a massive lead that allows them to now invade the central path, take away anything that this Ivysaur was looking for, deny Venusaur early on, even taking away some of these buffs that are going to really delay this late game scaling that Netherlands have drafted for themselves yet again.
Italy are just going to continue to go on the hunt. That is what they like to do best, and they're just going to continue with pressure in the jungle and the bottom lane. They're leaving Buzzwell to get nice and fed, nice and swole up in that top lane.
Oh!
Do they pick up the Mew? No, they don't. Oh my god, crazy ankle breaking to say goodbye to that Doggo, and they're going to pick up the Pillar Swine in return.
So what in the world was that? You might get knocked out by the Ivysaur, but beautiful moves out of the Italian player enables the rest of the team to continue this invade. Look for the pressure and the slam back, almost getting the KO on Sylveon and Venusaur, but not quite. And it's going to be the kick and the punch to get a knockout finally. While the Hyper Void does take down one, it is Cerulege in the back line acting as a speedster, looking for a bit more, but they got to be careful. They have overcommitted, and they get knocked up for a KO out of Pikachu.
This is exactly what Italy need to stop doing, though, right? They feel really confident coming into this game. They don't want to give up KOs where it doesn't need to happen. Eldegoss is going to go down there. We're seeing Netherlands stamping onto this T1 pad. Buzzwell's here to defend, but it's against everybody, so they're going to take down this pad with some points. It does open up the extra XP, but that means the Lecky is exposed against Italy.
And Mew realizing that all 5 members strong for Netherlands. They got to call in the reinforcements, but the reinforcements are too late to deny Regieleki.
Let's go, Netherlands. They're managing to get themselves back into this game, buddy, despite the dominance from Italy. I feel like they've realized they pushed a bit too much. They gave some KOs, so Italy are now going to try and take up the foot off that paddle just a little bit whilst they try and go for this farm and these objectives.
But you can't let that off too much because this is still a good scaling competition for Netherlands. You have to fight over the Regis. Looking for the damage. They got it. There it is. They needed to have it. Well, at the moment right there, as there is going to be the continued dive out of Cerulege. Looking for the Venusaur, but Venusaur just throws it right back. And so far, they still have enough members on both sides. Ice Fang onto the Umbreon. That's not the target you wanted, but they got the snipe they needed to out of Venusaur for a double KO while Potato is back and looking for the flank.
This is just one blow after another. Italy gets a KO, Netherlands get a KO. This is a very close contested game, and this is what we want to see. But here comes Potato. They slam down the big frog, and they're going to get that superpower. They pop that Unite move off, buddy. They lock in the objective, and they're going to try and slam the rest of Netherlands into nowhere here. Pillar Swine is not going to put up a big enough fight against the entirety of Italy.
Perfect fight there for Italy, and that flank out of Potato when they needed it most. That is where he shows up like he has throughout this entire series and making sure that they have control right at the halfway moment.
Potato, mate, you can mash them, you can boil them, you can put them in a stew, and you can use them to take out Netherlands, and it's exactly what they're doing. We're going to say goodbye to the Sword Doggo again as Mew locks in another KO. Here comes the Thunderstorm, but the Revenant Rend was there to answer. Mew has to pop their Unite move to keep everybody alive, and they clean up again for Netherlands in that top lane. Look at the pressure Italy are putting on now.
They're continuing to slam down some of these points too. They might have to trade the post forward. Smack down, almost saving his life, but that Sword Doggo in the nick of time to save the team. Well, the Sword Doggo looking for the chase, does get the knockup they need to, but surf away from Mew. Barely gonna survive. They're continuing the chase. Netherlands aren't done. They know that they have to get back into this game somehow, especially with the Reggie about to spawn at the top path, but they're getting knocked out by the Eldegoss, losing the Mammoth Swine as well. 50% on the Reggie. You might be too late. It could be stolen. Mew does steal it away. Italy have gotten what they need, as well as a triple KO Eldegoss. It is even the Elder Glock, but still picking up those KOs for a quadra.
I mean, that Elder Glock is always going to be the gangster on these ruins, buddy. A nice Quadra coming in for them. They're going to push this Regieleki, continuing. There's a Thunderstorm coming from the Pikachu. It ain't going to be enough, though. It does seem like Italy could push this, but with that aggression coming from the Sword Doggo, they decided against it, but Buzzwole says, nah, I'm going to go for it anyway. They pop that Unite move. That Frog is going to go back to that Pokemon Center, but we do have the Springboard. This Mamoswine is back straight away. Here comes anyone that spawns. They're going to continue to push it, though, as the Regirock spawns in that bottom area.
Yeah, but trying to deny that top path from going and being taken down. Italy, we're not done. They wanted as many points as humanly possible. So when it comes to this Rayquaza, it's not about a 50-50 anymore. They are looking just to deny any fight and any play Netherlands might have to get a hope back into the game.
What a Revenant Rend yet again. We see the Verdant Anger coming out in return to try and protect against it, and that did work. They didn't get any KOs from that Cerulege, but they did manage to pick it up. Kriagen's going to run with the Wish, give them that healing, and it seems like, yet again, Buzzwole is going to continue to grab all that farm in that top lane whilst they argue about this Regirock down here.
Yeah, but that actually might be bad here for Italy. They don't have the Buzzwole, and they're trying to get the knockouts. They got one onto the Mamoswine, but here's going to be the Thunderstorm, almost securing that. It was Umbreon who actually got it. Even if there's the KO, the big problem is going to be Buzzwole, though, on the other side. Gristo gives up their life, trying to just get some of the Air's energy back before Buzzwole can even get there.
You know that you need that energy on that Doggo, but unfortunately they were prepared for it with Italy managing to pick up that one. We've got 10 seconds until this Lecky spawns top, and look at that top lane magical. It's non-existent right now. This could be the win condition for Italy.
Like I said, Italy don't even need to look for the Rayquaza at this point. All they need to do is deny it. That is why they're looking for the fight on the other side to make sure the Reggie's not going to be picked up. They get a double knockout instantaneously, taking out the Venusaur, looking for the damage on Sylveon and Pikachu. The smackdown, the Unite, Italy winning again in the top path and making sure it's a full ace right before Rayquaza spawns.
I think that's probably going to be game. They're going to lock this one in. It's either Rayquaza or the Lecky that you need to handle. Of course, they can put a rip onto that big green dragon, and I think they're just getting prepared for Netherlands coming on in, but you have to deal with that Lecky because it's easy points. You need to at least pick up some KOs here, but Mew's not going to let that happen. Goodbye, Mammoth, and you're going to use the Revenant Rend to take out anybody else in the back line. Goodbye, Frog, and goodbye to Pikachu. Look at this cleanup by Italy. They were unhappy with losing that first game, but they're going to take this set.
That's where you can say goodbye to the Netherlands. Italy are securing full control, but we still have a minute and a half left remaining on the clock. Netherlands, you got a little bit time left, but you have to hope for a miracle out of this one to get back into this one. Hope that Italy have overstayed their welcome inside of your base, looking for the knockouts, but you're so far behind. Level 14s and 15s for Italy, and the knockout only just onto the Umbreon.
I don't even think if you got every piece of farm on this field and you got every piece of points in that goal, I don't think you'll have 800 points between you, buddy, 700 points or whatever's left on that score. So I just feel like Netherlands are going to have to get something here. They need to take out that Rayquaza. It's the only way they're going to win this game now, but they can't win these team fights. Look at all that. Revenant Rend. We see the push in from the Buzzwole. Of course, the Mew yet again putting in a massive beam. And I think that's going to be it for Netherlands, buddy.
That is definitely it. Smackdown, and upon landing, knocked out. Only the Mamoswine here. Italy are taking the tour around the Sky Ruins, looking for the Sky Dragon as they have won this series. It was a game one loss, devastating for them, but they bounced back in. We're confident in game two, and even more so in game three, as they will take this series 2-1.
We are going to see the Netherlands eliminated from the Unity European Cup, but I've got to say, what a showing it has been. It's going to be such a shame to see Netherlands go, but they played a fantastic game against Italy. But Italy are the powerhouses of Unity Europe Cup, buddy. They've won it before. They want to win it this year.
That is something that we'd expect to see from Italy. Them dropping game one was unexpected, but them bouncing back in 2 and 3 was. Making sure that last game especially looked absolutely dominating out of them.
It was so good. It wasn't like the Netherlands could do anything to keep themselves in that one. They were some fantastic fights, to be fair, and we did see them coming back, getting some KOs as soon as Italy did, but it's just the fact that Italy keeps so much pressure on. They recognized in that early game that they were doing too much and they were giving away KOs to the Netherlands. Once they recognized that and adjusted the way that they fight, it was game over.
And while Klaus might have gotten 15 KOs, it's the Eldergloss with 12 that I have my eyes on. That was just a performance out of the Eldergloss. Yeah, sure, maybe claiming some of the last hits in some of those KOs, but at the same time, this is why I was looking at Eldergloss as something big. It's the healing and the recovery that you provide for the team alongside something powerful like Umbreon.
Yeah, I gotta say, we're gonna see Netherlands leave this tournament now, chat, but the Netherlands have got some amazing players for Pokemon Unite. So do Belgium, of course. There is the bad news that Pokemon Unite is no longer going to be in their countries following this past year. So we do have a change.org petition. Go and sign that because these players are amazing and we will miss them deeply in this scene.
So definitely want to and hope that it will be enough to keep them in this gun because they definitely made that series interesting and entertaining. Game 3 might have been more of a domination from Italy, but Game 2 was so close down to that Rayquaza fight that really Netherlands were at the precipice of having the ultimate unexpected upset with a 2-0 against Italy. But sadly, they fell short there, and Italy bounced back in the series to take it and move forward in Unity European Cup 2024.
That was a blast, though. I really enjoyed casting that one. It was so exciting. They are such amazing teams that we're seeing. So I'm beyond excited for this next game that we're going to see coming along, Magical. But I think we are going to take a quick break while we get that organized chat. So do bear with us, but grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we will be back with you very shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back into the Unity European Cup 2024. I'm Magical, joined in by Tano again. We had an exciting series just a few moments ago, but it was a 2-1 victory for Italy, knocking out Netherlands, who fought valiantly in that one. But we got to move forward, and we got to look at the next series we have at hand, because it's still more Pokemon Unite here, brought to you by Unity Clash and sponsored by Nowlands Esports, that allow us to bring these awesome games to everybody's screens. And I hope you are ready, Tano, for our final series of the day.
Greece versus Turkey, and we have a lot of love for these teams in chat. I've been watching over that break, and I think Turkey have got a lot of love in the chat, so let's see how these can compete. I was having a chat with some of our production, and they were mentioning that Greece is the underdog. They are the team that are looking to do a bit of an upset coming into this one.
I mean, we almost saw an upset in that last one. Anything can happen here on the Thea Sky runs. You just never know how the teams are going to be until they actually play it out. But I am looking towards that early game still from both teams, because we have seen that the early game has been the winners of most our games. Even if some scaling has eventually found some victories, like in game 1 of the Netherlands, we have seen far more teams really try to prioritize things, especially looking at the draft for both squads. I'm really curious to see if they're going to go for more of the meta, or if we're going to see maybe like what Austria tried earlier, what was more comfort. But we got to look at our two teams and really get to know them a bit more as we get ready for this series, starting off with Team Greece.
Yeah, let's have a nosy at them. And it is important, as you mentioned, that these teams at the moment love keeping on that pace and keeping up that pressure. We've got some amazing players here. We're going to see Kopiani, TTV there, Primariani. Apologies if I do get your names wrong, but we have Todoroki. Everybody knows that one, right? Hooper's dad, and then Manoj 1993. A strong team in Greece, but they are the underdogs from what Shivan was saying, so I'm excited to see them compete in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they might be underdogs, but they are still going to be a strong team, and we still have to look at them as possibly being able to take the series, because anything can happen when you're playing in a best-of-3, and you just got to win 2 of them in order to move forward. But we got to look at how they can compare to that of Team Turkey. And I know I've been seeing a lot of the Turkey support in our Twitch chat. We're going through them. We got Blaver there. We got Loxy. Again, sorry if I'm getting these names wrong myself. Memer. I like that meme where it's almost like a meme. Omnipede, Sarlocat, and Neuro Baskin here for Team Turkey.
Yeah, they're gonna cook. I like that little Greninja like paw mark that we see on Sarlocat. That I wonder if it's pointing at anything. They have the Inteleon there as well, but we might actually see some Inteleon play coming out.
We have seen how good Inteleon can be, right? A lot of poke, especially when we have things like Miraidon getting permanently banned by most of our squads. Having something that could get that damage from a long range like Inteleon can actually help out these teams. And I'm curious to see if, kind of like what we saw in Stage 2 or even in some earlier games today, if we start seeing that Inteleon be one of those attackers that teams start prioritizing a bit more on, especially when you have competitive players like what we have today. They make that Pokemon look broken with how many times they land those snipe shots and take everyone from full to nearly gone in one hit.
That they do, and the thing is, when you are looking for a range mon, it doesn't really get any better than those snipe shots. Of course, you can also rotate in that Venusaur that we've seen a little bit of from today, but you've got to make sure that you have the front line to protect that range damage, and that is where it will fall down for some teams. I feel like that's where it fell down for Netherlands a little bit previously, because you just need enough front line to protect that mon there. That's why we're in this meta, right, Magical? We've got those all-rounders, we've got those defenders that can really do good self-sustain and take a lot of damage in this game.
And we'll have to find out how the teams stack up to each other as we get into draft for game number 1 with Team Greece on the purple. Turkey is going to be on our orange, and Cerulege will be banned in this first game.
Yeah, they don't want to be dealing with that, and Turkey don't want to be dealing with Pikachu either. We know how strong the mascot is in this meta, and they don't want to be taking on either that Volt Tackle or the Mage build from that strong little electric mouse.
Speaking of attackers, we have Armarouge as well, so no Charkit at all onto this first game. But with Pikachu banned, that leaves open a lot of these strong picks. Zacian, big one we've been looking at, as teams can even go for the Miraidon here, not having that banned either. What does Greece want? They want the poke from range. The Miraidon gets locked in.
Yeah, that is the biggest pickup that they're going to have so far. That's going to be difficult to handle, especially when you have a front line built around it. Let's see what Turkey E go for here. They can pick up that Ho-Ho. They could go for that Mama Swine. They could also pick up the Charizard. There's so many meta picks that they can go with. I think they're going to rotate onto that Mama Swine, and they're going to take the Blissey away as well.
All right, a bit surprised on that one that they go for this Blissey early on. But the Mammoth line, not so surprised by it. That has been the premier defender. Really has taken away the spot from Slowbro, who is being postured and locked in fact, confirmed by Greece.
Oh, that Gyarados is going to be difficult for Turkey to handle. As soon as they get that online, it can begin to power like this game, especially in that top lane, and you pair it with a Slowbro, whether it gets that assistance or not, it's going to be tough for them to handle. Are we going to see them pick up some good early game here? They could get that Leafeon. That could be the early game that they need. Loxy locks that one in.
Yeah, locking in the Leafeon. Target on the eyes, on the backs of our Miraidon there, but having Delphox locked in too, a bit of scaling for Turkey, so they get a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and C for themselves in this draft. I gotta like this from Turkey. I like this angle that they've got for themselves, especially because they have so much CC that it's going to be really difficult to get back into this backline, get on top of the Delphox in the first place.
A Glaceon, that is going to be exciting, mate. Yeah, will we see Buzzwole coming in though? Because we've seen how strong that was previously, and of course, if it gets that level 5 in that early game, exactly, they will do well on it. Especially when you're just trying to handle a Magikarp. That's exactly what you want in lane against that little fish that wishes it could.
Yeah, having both the Buzzwole and Leafeon to look for these plays, that is a lot of early game for Turkey that Greece have got to be cautious on how they are going to play this one. They have to get to that Gyarados stage. They have to get to the Glaceon stage. They want to even have a hope in the mid game to get those power spikes that they have for themselves. And a lot of that, I think, is going to be on how can they play around the Miraidon early in the game in order to overcome the deficit they'll have initially just because of Buzzwole.
Very similar comps though, as you look at both of these Magical, right? You've got the range, the supporter, the tank, the all-rounder, and of course that Glaceon is going to run a similar role in the sense that it is going to be running around and dropping Icicle Spears wherever it can with a lot of force once it hits that level 6. It's just the fact that the Leafeon gets their power spike earlier, so they need to be prepared for that coming into those lanes or even jungle invading, because we know how strong that can be straight away.
Looking towards that top path, as always, when you have a Buzzwole against something like Magikarp, it is going to be difficult for Greece to deal with, especially because we are expecting to see Leafeon pretty much camp up there and deny that evolution as long as humanly possible.
Absolutely, they are going to set up camp as soon as they possibly can, and this is it. If you time that jungle rotation so well, you can get that Evo, because they did nerf the buff XP that you can get from it, so it does mean you have to grab something else. But we're going to see that as we head into this game here. It's going to be the Glaceon grabbing that jungle for the side of Greece, and as we suspected, Leafeon doing the same on the other side.
Yeah, not too surprised to see the evolutions in our central path looking for the jungle. While there's a little bit of a skirmish over some of the XP in the bot path, but the biggest one is going to be that Magikarp, who has to splash on away and lose out control over the Bundle B. That is taken away by Mimer, but the fact that Todoroki is in the top path early might help him out. There's a little bit of speed away, not realizing the Leafeon is there, but maybe they suspect so, because you have to expect that Leafeon's going to be nearby with the Razor Leaf getting a lot of damage on a Magikarp.
As soon as they get level 5 on this Buzzwole, it will be goodbye to this top lane if they can't capitalize on enough just yet. Of course, it can take a little bit for that Magikarp to get that effort meter up. If they can get a KO, it will be all the difference. But we're seeing Miraidon take a rotation nice and early, buddy. They're going for the Cabbage rotation. They're going to have 4 in this top lane as these mid-birds start to spawn.
Only 4, Sue. Buzzwole was not able to get 5, nor was Leafeon. And I think that's going to be big now that the Miraidon's in the top half. Charge Beam trying to steal away the exterior camp. And they do get the flashes away. Eject buttons as far as you can. But Mimer looks like they got the target. A lot of damage on a Glossifleur as Buzzwole drags back in the support. Can't heal up through that.
That is a good pickup by Turkey E. They were able to at least take 1 KO and defend your goal. We still have those double donuts up on that board, buddy, so it's not like they gave too much to Greece. I think that was a good decision by them.
As do I. It's good coming in from Greece to try to at least get something back and then guarantee that they're getting that evolution out of Magikarp. But they still have to be cautious on how they're playing because we are getting these level 5s, level 6s, and seeing how much damage can be done by Omnipede onto the Gyarados.
We will now see a change in this top lane with that big fish being online, of course.
Ooh,
they do have the power of the Buzzwole, but we're going to rotate to these mid birds. We've got that charge beam from the Miraidon. It does a lot of damage, but so does Leafeon. A nice surf coming in from that Slowbro. May be able to put them off balance with that huge damage coming on in. And there's the Glaceon to say goodbye. Are they able to pick anybody up, though? Look at Turkey E dodging and breaking ankles. They do take the Leafeon finally in return.
A nice surf again onto the Swinub, but for Greece, the fact that they weren't able to secure some of those knockouts actually could be devastating for them in the spot path. The control that they could have exerted getting those early points is denied since they only got 1 KO onto Leafeon, and it took them so long to do so, so it can show up back into the bot path. It takes a lot of damage from those charge being more eject buttons utilized by Turkey just to escape.
This is crazy. Like it's like Greece are doing the right thing, buddy, but they just can't get the KOs. Turkey is so good at dodging that damage coming in. They engage, they back on out as soon as they feel outnumbered. It's working for them so well, but here come the first objectives. Are we going to get enough zoning from this Pillar Swine and the Blissey to provide a rip? The Delphox isn't going to be able to do that, so we do see the Leafeon coming down. They don't yet have their Unite move. We see Buzzwole rotating as well, but they just want to drop the damage here, do Greece, and they're going to be able to do just that. The beam onto the objective, Glaceon Unite move is going to lock that one in. Pillar Swine goes down, Buzzwole picks up the Glaceon, but the superpower isn't going to be enough. Look at them zoned out with the damage in the CC. That is a double KO for that Miraidon.
And looking for even more as they were trying to get the snipe onto Luxie, who barely escapes. Grease getting control of the Regis on both bot and top, and even getting these points dunked in, looking for more of a fight, but they lose out on Eldegoss, as it almost was Glaceon securing more KOs. But again, the one thing for Turkey that's kind of keeping them relevant in this game is the fact that some of these KOs aren't actually successful out of Greece, even if Greece are getting leads from them. There are still these windows where it looks like Turkey might be able to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's keeping them on the levels at least. We've got level 7s and level 8s over on the side of Greece. They just need to grab this XP, but we are teetering on the edge of Greece beginning to run away with this in the mid-game so far. We have 170 points to that donut on the board. If they can take these levels even further, they will put themselves in a fantastic position for this late game.
Turkey still trying to fight over some of these opportunities, utilizing Fire Spin, looking for any lockdown or any poke from range. Greece, this is looking good for them so far. They're getting those level 10s, getting these power spikes. They just got to continue to play confidently, and I think they need one fight where they're actually able to get more than just 1 KO to ensure their victories. Emerald two-step only gets hit some damage and then thrown right back, as it was a smackdown on a Miraidon charge beam, as they have the fanciful fireworks and might be able to get that knockout onto Gyarados. It is a 1-for-1 at the moment, but big shield out of Gyarados to survive for so long. Finally gets knocked out. Delphox falls too. Charge beam securing a double for Miraidon as they are looking to chase down Mimer, and those are the KOs that Greece needed.
Fantastic, mate. The Miraidon, Todoroki going plus ultra in that one, picking up 2 KOs. They are so hard to hit. They're just locking in everything with that shotgun move. It's working so well for Greece so far. Still that donut on the board for Turkey E. They need to get some points. You are not going to win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring.
Not one bit, and this is getting difficult because another Reggie will be secured by Greece, and the fact that they have full push, they haven't lost any of their pads and can look to get more control of the central path is forcing Turkey's hand here, saying they have to go for the Regieleki, otherwise they will fully forfeit this game. It's 57% on to the Regieleki. They've got themselves a Gyarados and a Slowbro nearby. They won't steal it away. It's going to be secured by Turkey as Regieleki will go towards the pad.
Yeah, that's some good pressure that they finally got. And Fanciful Fireworks is here. You pair that with an Emerald two-step, and there comes the Buzzwole Unite move as well. They're starting to clean up Greece. If they can pick up the big fish, that is going to be some points going into that pad. They can overcap this. That's a triple KO for the Buzzwole. 20 overcap in that T1.
That was perfect for Turkey. No longer the donut. They've now gotten 2 of them with a 1 in front of it as they are catching up in this game. And that was a massive fight necessary for this composition that had drafted around more of an early game. They are getting to that point where it's going to be Delphox taking over the carry capacity for the team.
I think getting Delphox to level 13 it will be so valuable for Turkey E. That's what they need to work on because the cooldowns are crazy when it comes to that fire spin. It's like 2-second cooldowns, and on a CC move that strong, it is so valuable into a Rayquaza fight.
As we are getting a minute until that is up and available for either team to compete over. But it's still a big lead for Greece at the moment, having 100 points over that of Turkey. Looking for game one, and they still got the scaling on their side. They got to be careful because there's continued picks over and over again that are giving these windows back. Turkey with Emerald 2-step onto Glaceon. More knockouts secured necessary to get that comeback for Turkey.
We're going to see this bottom Reggie spawn. Are we going to see somebody go for it? Greece do have that Slowbro there. They have the rip from the Miraidon available as well, but it looks like Turkey E are just going to concentrate on getting set up. But here we go. We're going to see Mamoswine and Delphox rotate down into here. They need to be careful, though. This is just risky. You don't want to be giving away KOs, and you don't want to be having them on down before you go into that fight. They've decided to back up and go for a stance in the Rayquaza pit. I like that decision, but Reggie Steel is a massive buff to have on the side of Greece.
But honestly, I'm with you on this one, Tono. I think this is the right call for Turkey, getting control around Rayquaza that's about to spawn, at least giving them a foothold here in this game because they are the composition that is getting outscaled. We have a level 13 Glaceon. Always got to worry about Miraidon at every stage of the game. Same with Gyarados. Now they got level 13s, but having 14 for Leafeon and 13, as you had called out, Tono, for the Delphox might be all it is needed for Turkey to take over this game and take game one.
Really conscious that Gyarados is sitting in that top pad, prepared for any kind of back cap coming their way, but it doesn't seem like Turkey E want to do that, but they need to make a decision. It's them that have to make a move right now, Magical. They are behind, 104 points. They have to make something happen.
As there are the angles, a little bit of a poke still from Delphox, and healing back up with a little bit help from the Blissey. Now it's going to be the engage. It was attempted surf, but the Smackdown dragging back in. So they got one onto Slowbro, fanciful firework, and the engage. Look there for Mamoswine, looking for the Mammoth Mash, getting a little bit of knockup, but they got to be careful because Gyarados found the back line and is chasing away. There's no Delphox, even if you guys are bounces onto Leafeon. Double knockout. Greece will take this carry performance out of your Gyarados as the ace is secured. Rayquaza to fall.
What a fantastic decision by Greece. As soon as Slowbro was poked, that was the engage for Turkey E, and they knew it. Greece backed up down to their tier 1 pad. They had the healing. It was going to enable that Gyarados to come in on that flank buddy, and they were able to lock in their KOs galore. Fantastic play from Greece.
Beautifully done, getting on the all-important member. We were calling out how important the Delphox was for the entire competition and how much damage they were able to get from the Delphox. And taking that out of the equation allows Greece to take the fight, to take these points, and to take game one.
And that's going to make them feel pretty comfortable as we head into the second game. But I got to say, this was quite close. I feel like it did feel like Greece were dominating in that early pad, but Turkey E managed to come back into it. They got a huge push up on that T1 pad, got those 100 points scored, and then we were seeing a shift in how that game was going to take. Coming down to that Rayquaza battle, I like the engage to grab that Slowbro. If you're going to take the opportunity to take that out of the fight, you go for it. But it's just the fact that Greece had that bottom pad still up there, Magical. It's easy to rotate onto it and get that healing to fight in a Rayquaza battle.
I think that, and also forgetting about Gyarados. You forgot about the flank from Gyarados, forgot that they were even a part of the team, and you left Delphox open. Wide open for the Gyarados to have a field day. And as an attacker, if you have no peel for yourself, you're not getting that poke damage necessary to keep the team relevant.
Absolutely. You cannot forget about the big fish. If you don't have vision on a Gyarados, you don't want to be going in. That thing is scary, and they locked that one in, did Greece. What a fantastic play from both teams, though. I'm really excited for this second game, Magical. I think this could be still any one set.
As do I. I think this is definitely going to be one of those series that even if it ends up being a 2-0 for Greece, it's going to be to the wire between these two teams. I'm not expecting to see too much adaptation when it comes to draft. Maybe the Miraidon ban if Turkey is going to be back onto the orange side, or if it's going to be Greece taking that away, because even if you don't see as much damage here, that's still the fact that that is 30% of the damage done by Miraidon, with the Miraidon kind of being like more of the secondary factor for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is it. Like, the damage numbers aren't crazy for these two teams because there wasn't that much action when it came to team fights. There was the odd pickup, there was fighting between, 1v1 quite a lot, but it didn't really come down to that many team fights. So, surprisingly, we don't have that detailed off damage, but that just shows how close these two teams were in this battle, mate. As we see, it all came down to that Rayquaza fight, but it seems like Turkey E were a bit too patient with it. They were the ones that needed to make a move, but they were patient. They waited for that engage from the slow bro. It's a good pickup, but Greece were prepared for it.
I think my biggest problem with Turkey is the fact that I think they were too patient in the game in general. Even the early game, they have Buzzball, they have Leafeon, and yet they felt like they were too timid to look for those early engages, especially because they didn't get the level 5 before looking for the ulterior camp in the top path to punish Magikarp. I think that right there kind of put Turkey in a bad spot where they were kind of on the back foot for a lot of the game. They almost got back because Delphox scaling, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late.
I mean, the power spike from Magikarp to Gyarados is absolutely astronomical, right? It is one of the best power spikes in the game. So you have to utilize your Mons and get so much out of that early game before that Magikarp gets its Evo, so that you have an advantage that kind of offsets that power spike that's going to come on into it. So I'm with you, buddy. I think Turkey were a bit too passive, a bit too patient in that game, and we need to see a bit more aggressiveness, especially when you have those Mons that can be aggressive. You need to lock that in.
Yeah, so looking at the second draft and looking at how the teams are going to approach it, I think we won't see much change, honestly. I think both teams have really strong comps. I think the only thing that I would really swap out is the Miraidon. I think you cannot let that go over to purple side, not at all. If you're going to be orange side, it's going to be first pick pretty much every game. Unless you want to go for something that is just as good at poking as Miraidon, such as the Inteleon, I don't think that even the Delphox there was struggling in many of the team fights, and even struggling to get the damage in the first place on a Miraidon because you don't quite have you're almost equal in range. And since it's just one big old beam that is done by the Miraidon, you're already putting yourself in a bad spot to get ganked and flanked.
Exactly. And the thing is with Fire Spin is that you don't have that crazy range on the Delphox. Like if you compare it to like Snipe Shot, or even to be fair, Miraidon Charge Beam is similar, if not a bit more for Charge Beam, but the Fire Spin is going to pop down, but then it moves quite slowly, right? And it's not like the Miraidon can't get out of that. So it was difficult for Delphox to get that cooking. The thing is with Delphox, and what I did like to see, is as soon as you have Fanciful Fireworks, you have that Unite move, you pop that in every single fight that ensues. You put it onto pressure goals, you put it on to defend goals, and that is what that gives you. But you've got to ensure that your Delphox is protected. If it isn't, that's going to change the entirety of that team fight.
And that's exactly what we saw in that final fight with the flank from Gyarados. So looking at how both teams are going to change things up, I'm really curious to see what Turkey has gotten cooking. I like the Leafeon idea, but there wasn't really that much of an angle to find some of those flanks necessary. But I almost wonder if maybe that's the one big change that they go for, and try to swap out the Speedster for either another defender, maybe another all-rounder. I think we still had Charizard available for both teams to take. That could have been a big thing to take a Miraidon out of the equation in general.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think an all-rounder would have been better in that sense. I mean, you got Charizard, there's Mimikyu, you know what I mean, that does really well at this moment. I think that would have been the better decision for them. But let's see what they're going to go with here. It looks like we're going to see that Ceruledge banned out by Greece straight away. It looks like Turkey E are going to stick with the same ban of that Pikachu.
Yeah, not seeing any change. Charizard taken away as well by Greece, not wanting something that can take out. And in fact, we're not seeing any changes taken out here by both teams. So Miraidon can get locked in real quick for Greece.
I mean, that one did come down to such a close game that I can understand both teams thinking, let's just run it back again and see what we can do. I suspect Miraidon are going to do just that there, with Greece locking in that electric doggo.
Maybe we see the change here from Turkey. Umbreon, there it is. That is going to be the big change for either of these teams. Grab that for themselves. With the Blissey, the boot definitely strong, but Mamoswine is available, and Greece can lock that in and deny some of these diving capabilities out of Turkey onto the Miraidon.
I'm surprised at the Blissey pick still. I think that with the way that supporters are in this game, you should use that pick for something a bit more valuable when it comes to meta mons. I mean, the Gyarados has gone over to the side of Greece again. That is something that Turkey struggled with last game, but you also had some alternate meta picks you can go for there. Zacian, for example, is still available that will give you even easier top lane. I know Buzzwell did very well, but you've got to make sure that you capitalize on that Magikarp being up there and not being able to do much until it gets that Evo.
Looking at this draft for Turkey, Delphox being hovered while they get themselves another Firemon there, another Fire Starter in Blaziken. So that is going to be the change at the moment, and that allows Todoroki to grab a Leafeon, something that is going to be more than confident diving on a Delphox.
Yeah, the Todoroki's going to feel really strong on that Leafeon. We've seen them play it before and they cook. So that's going to be interesting that Greece are taking that one away. Blaziken is a good pickup by Turkey. I like that. Loxy going again with the Delphox. They felt like that CC. And to be honest, Fanciful Fireworks is one of the best Unite moves in this game. So you will never have any complaints of people picking up that Mon. But what are they going to lock in?
What?
It's a Zera Aura. That is rather surprising.
Wow, Zera Aura. I did not expect that. I was looking at the Mimikyu and I was looking at Buzzwole, stuff that might make it difficult for Todoroki to look for some of those flanks with the Leafeon, but no. Just saying, all right, Speedster versus Speedster, which one will win out? Zera Aura having the earlier power spike and just not having to worry about the evolution, but both of them, I'm expecting trying to power farm to level 5 and then look for the top path ganks that we've been seeing time and time again from every Speedster.
Both of them with X attack on, they are going to go all out in this game, buddy. This is going to be an interesting speeds to battle off, but we've seen what Zera Aura can do. They played it a lot in the World Championship Series and it was cooking, so let's see if Neurobaskin can do just that on that Mon. Are they going to go for Wild Charge? Will they go for Discharge? Both moves are quite suitable against the comp that they're coming up against, but at least Discharge enables you to bounce on in, do some damage, and get yourself out with Volt Switch, so I think that might be what the Zera Aura goes for.
That's what I'm expecting as well, just looking for the free damage that you can get while also keeping yourself safe and even putting yourself in a position to defend your Delphox, because that, I think, is going to be the big issue for Turkey with this composition. How do you not only get this damage reliably into the backline, but how do you keep the Leafeon away from the Delphox? That is target numero uno for Greece, is take out the Delphox and look for victory in Game 2 to secure a 2-0 moving forward in the Unity European Cup 2024.
And here we go, what we expect to see Todoroki going on into that jungle. We have a Miraidon bottom lane, and again, that Magikarp in the top lane. Torchic is pretty decent, but the Glossy Fur is going to really enable that top lane to get something going.
Now it is a fight over some of the early camps. Getting a back and forth. This expected here from Turkey up against Magikarp. Do the best they can to kind of punish that while getting a few early dunks even for their Umbreon on the bot path.
But we do have Todoroki here on that Leafeon. They're going to get an 11 cap in for that stack that they need. They're close to that level 5 as well. This Razor Leaf is going to cook for them if they can enable picking up a KO.
The big thing is level 5 for Zera Aura, and looking at the top path, while Leafeon is looking to disengage a bit of a skirmish in the bot path. But it's the call up. This is the exact same game plan that Greece did in Game 1. Call up Miraidon early, look for the fight around this ulterior camp, and deny some of this experience that could be picked up by the Zera Aura, as it is going to be the spawn of the camp.
Turkey managed to handle it quite well in the previous game, buddy, but it's not gone their way now. We have a double KO coming out of the Miraidon, and the big fish is on the field a lot earlier than it was in the previous game. This is going to be even tougher for Turkey to handle in that top lane. Swinner just doing so much on that defensive pad there.
Just trying to delay the inevitable of the points getting secured so the team can rotate into the spot path and look for further control out of Greece. Great play in that top path, as you said, getting that Gyarados so early, even before the second tier evolution of Blaziken.
I mean, they're going to be able to leave the Gyarados in the top lane if that Speedster doesn't come along, because it will take on 2 quite easily with these power spikes at the moment. Todoroki trying to keep the pressure on, though. Here come the mid-birds. They've spawned, and Zera Aura wants to lock on into the Leafeon. With that assistance, they do just that. They've got the spark and clean up that one. Some nice battle damage coming in from that charge beam is going to take some of that farm magical, but I got to say, Turkey E managed to pick up a good KO there.
Not just a good KO, a necessary one, because if Todoroki somehow turns that around, that is the game. It is over at that point because Leafeon is snowballing out of control while the other speedster ain't looking so speedy in that one. Gyarados going to be attacked here in the top path. Another KO for the Zeraora. These are the moments that are so important as you scale up into the game where either Zeraora or Leafeon is getting these early initial KOs so that you're that much more threatening later into the game.
Yeah, and I think that Zeraora's gone for the Sparks. I'm wondering if they're going to go for the Wild Charge, which would work so well. We've got the Charge Beam coming out of Miraidon there, but Umbreon is just going to absorb that damage. The first objectives are up on the field now, and it seems like most of the team are in that bottom lane for Greece, but they want to continue the pressure in the top lane. Turkey E are going to rotate down here and see if they can do something, but Gyarados has a fantastic Rip Pillar Swine with some crazy zoning as well. They're just trying to pick up the Pillar Swine, enabling that Reggie Steel to go to Greece.
Honestly, for Greece, that is huge. The fact that they're able to get themselves the Reggie, even if you sacrifice the Pillisvine, you love that top path pad is gone. You got yourself the objective, and you got yourself a bit of that lead. The momentum shifting, and this is allowing that Leafeon Todoroki to constantly invade and to be the threat necessary for the team. But you got to make sure you're not getting too confident in yourself and giving over that lead you carved for yourself back to Zeraora.
What a close game we have so far, though. And there's the Emerald two-step. That's going to say goodbye to Zeraora. A good lock-in, because that speedster was beginning to cook. You need to take it out of the field as quick as you can. Todoroki is just skating through this jungle right now.
Like, did you see that as well with the Razor Leaf throwing that backwards so that he could go for the dive with the Emerald two-step and secure the damage instantaneously onto Zeraora? Neuro had no clue what was about to happen right there.
No, and the shield that you get from doing that is going to keep you up if you do have damage coming in. There comes the mean look, though, and there comes the damage coming from the Zeraora. They locked down that. They've got the fanciful fireworks to push this pad. Now that you have this Unite move, you can keep that pressure on, buddy. They take the Pillar Swine. It's the Eldegoss trying to defend, but they're not going to get past an Umbreon there. Gyarados is going to lock in that Lecky for Greece, and yet again, pressure in one lane from Turkey E, pressure in the other lane from Greece.
As right now, looking for the chase down onto Miraidon. Charge Beam, scaring away the Fire Chicken as well as Zeraora. Neither looking for the dive, because you got to be careful. That is a Gyarados trying to steal away some of the camps. They've got the discharge, getting a little bit of damage, but looking for the re-engage as you've got your Eldegoss to help out the Gyarados who dove into the back line, but gets sniped out. But here's the Emerald two-step Todoroki. Massive in this fight. Razor Leaf almost cleaning up a perfect ace as the dive comes in from Zeraora, but cleaning up the kills for the triple from Todoroki. Umbreon, the next target. The dunks are there. The damage secured. Looking for the Razor Leaf cooldown to come back up, but there's going to be the final snipe from the Delta Fox, denying any further points. But you got to be careful because Miraidon had so much damage with the charge beam. Focus Blast helps turn it around for Turkey, keeping them relevant in this game.
Fantastic play, but I've got to say, Greece really managed to pick up a lot of KOs. They've broken the entirety of that top lane now. Magical, any Lecky that spawns is going to give them so much more pressure capability. We see Turkey E rotating down for this bottom Reggie. It is currently just the Mamoswine there from Greece, but we're seeing this Miraidon and Gyarados make their way down alongside that Eldegoss. The Rip is already onto the Reggie Rock. This is a good decision from Turkey E. You don't have anybody here yet. They've got some zoning coming out, and it is the Blaziken. They've got to secure, locking that one in, but then comes your Night move, the Mammoth Flash, Emerald two-step taking that Umbreon, and they're going to take out the Delphox. Greece cleaning up Turkey E. You may have got the objective, but you've just been aced.
That was a clean ace as well, not losing a single player in that quadra for Todoroki. What an Emerald two-step, what a flank from Greece.
We had questions about who was going to win this speedster battle, buddy, and I think we have the answer so far. We're heading into 3 minutes 20, and it's 14 on that Leafeon. They picked up crazy triple, crazy KOs, crazy quadras. Now we're going to have an engage onto this top Lecky.
Looking for the fight, but that's going to be the bounce, trying to disrupt the back line and disrupt the Delphox like previously, but Zeraora had enough of the Bliss Assist shield to help out, but the dive is still working! It is all Gyarados, and here come the meteors raining down onto the parade of Turkey! Emerald two-step from Todoroki! More aces, more kills, and more victory for Greece!
I don't think you can survive any team fight against how well Greece are working right now, mate. Every time they combine these moves, combine these dives, they're getting an ace against Turkey E. We're 40 seconds out from the big green dragon. We have that Lecky on the field. If they can get that, that is a win condition for Greece.
That it is, and they are looking so massive in this one. It's a mountain to climb here for Turkey. I hate using that terminology over and over again, but right now, a level 15 Leafeon, right as the next Regieleki is going to spawn right before Rayquaza, and that is going to be a base Lecky if Turkey do not stop it.
I think Turkey are going to go for a rip here with the way that they're positioned. I think that's what they're looking for. They're going to send the Umbreon to go deal with that. I don't know if you're going to win a 5v4 fight without your Umbreon. And they're doing just that, buddy. They drop down the fanciful fireworks. The Blaziken's there. The God of secure. But look at Greece answering. They're going to try and push this Lecky in. They know if this goes in, they can score the points. They just have to take out the Umbreon. But we see the rotations coming back to the base from Turkey E. They're trying to score the points. If they can defend this, this will be game. A dive from the Gyarados. They do pick up the Umbreon. This might be enough for them. That Lecky is getting so close to going in, but they're taking out 3 of Greece. If they can get the Miraidon and the Leafeon, that will be game, but they need to score some points.
They gotta get to some of these pads. They still got the shield from Rayquaza, and they got a minute 20 to do so. They're looking for these dives. They're looking for the point secured, and it's gonna be on to Greece to make sure not one of these goes in. You can maybe forfeit 1 pad, but you cannot forfeit 2, because that would be too much. Turkey could claw back into this game as they are looking for the top pad and looking for the dive on to Eldegon's getting away, but it's going to be the Mammoth Wine they put the focus on as they get 1 dunk. There it is. They got to get 1 more, though. They have enough shields, and they're looking for the top pad, but look at the Emerald 2-step. Todoroki trying to save the game, but it's Aura making sure that they can get the points with a snipe out of Miraidon. Turkey are not done here in the European Cup. They've got the dunks, but they got to survive for 40 more seconds.
And look how close this game is. I don't know if Greece realize that they're no longer winning this game. They need to score points. They need to take that shield away from Delphox. We see Todoroki doing just that, but they need to get some points in as well. Todoroki's going to try and go for a push, looking like here, but they've got 50 points, buddy. That's going to be too much for them to try and score. No, they've gone back to defend. I don't think they realize how close this game is.
20 seconds, 15 seconds. You gotta get into the base. They have no clue. They think they have the lead, but they are behind just enough points. The defense from Turkey. And guess what, Toto? We're going to game 3.
Wow, we have had the sets of a lifetime here, Magical. 2 game-3 situations. This is exciting stuff. Turkey E, they managed to play that well. They sent the Umbreon back. They went for the rip, and they managed to keep themselves having shields to go score the points. I don't think Greece was surprised that realized that they didn't have the lead coming into them final few seconds, buddy.
I think you're right. I think they thought they had the lead, and that there wasn't enough points that had been secured there from Turkey, but just enough to get that lead. Like I said, 1 pad, not enough. The second one, though, that is what gets the win and takes us to game 3. Couldn't ask for a more exciting battle.
No, I gotta say though, Greece were really coming ahead in that one. It was the speedster battle, and Zeraora had some fantastic moments. Todoroki was beginning to snowball though, so it was one hell of a battle from Turkey to pull themselves back into that. What a great decision, knowing that you have a Lecky pushing your home pad to just go straight for the rip on that Rayquaza, and then go and defend that Lecky and still be able to win the game.
I mean, just love this back and forth nature of the games we've had today. So close. Have pretty much every game been that well, at least you and I have gotten to cast. Has made it very exciting. And we even got a Zeraora bust out there. And it looked like Todoroki's Leafeon was going to be enough, but that's kind of the problem sometimes as speedsters. You can do all this work, but unfortunately the scaling was there, and it just takes 1 fight where you don't get that attacker, you don't get on a Delphox, that they start ripping through your entire team.
And the fact that the Delphox was the one that had the final shield to get that final points into that T2 is crazy, right? Because Delphox is probably one of the easiest to take a shield away from. It's so squishy, but it was able to stick behind the rest of Turkey E so that they can push onto that pad and get the score in. Fantastic team play coming from them, but this is going to be an exciting game 3. These games have felt quite close, and I don't know who's going to win this one.
I don't know either. I mean, honestly, it could be anyone's game, especially when you get to game 3. You can have the nerves that might get to you if your team Greece. You have the momentum on your side if you're Turkey. But anything can happen when it comes to these drafts. And I think we have learned one thing, and that is Blaziken at Rayquaza. If you're able to set up in time like what we saw from Turkey right there, they're able to rip through that objective so quickly.
They are like knowing that you have that rip and you can do that quickly, and you have Blaziken, right? So even if it does come down to them getting into that area, you've got the god of secure. Blaziken is doing just that, and it worked for them. An absolute treat. What are we going to see ban wise? Are we going to stick to what we know? Because to be fair to Greece and Turkey, it's been that close that they don't really need to change many bans.
No, honestly, I think that we might just end up seeing something very similar go into this next game where they don't opt to change too much. They kind of just go for the tried and true. Maybe the Umbreon is taken away. Even if it wasn't the most powerful thing there for Turkey, having that defender, the mean look to lock someone down for so long, can just delay that dive onto the Delphox enough for the team to throw back all the damage right into the face of whoever's trying to get onto the carry.
Oh, it was so good, buddy. I'm so hyped for this Game 3 situation. I gotta say, it has been a joy to cast these games alongside you, but especially to have Game 3 situations, taking it straight down to the wire. This is the best kind of Pokemon Unite. It gets me so hyped to watch this game and cast it.
I mean, we got a Game 3 in the previous series, get one in this one as well to find out who is going to move forward in the Unity European Cup 2024. Brought to you by Unity Clash and sponsored by Nouns Esports. Thank you to both of them for allowing us to stream and broadcast these games so we can have this awesome Pokemon Unite action brought to your screen.
I gotta say, like, we've got UCS starting in November, right? It's earlier than ever this year, so it is so important for these teams to be able to practice. I know this is the Unity Europe Cup, but all of these players need to practice these mons, and there's so much going on with the Pokemon Unite esports scene across the entirety of the world. So many tournament organizers are putting on tournaments for these teams. We've got so many teams participating, so many people watching it. So it's just a huge thank you from us to everybody that's involved in Pokemon Unite esports, because we wouldn't have this game without you. And I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have this game in my life.
No, that's like a lot of fun, not just to play the game, but to cast them, to watch them, and to talk about them. And right now, if you're wondering why we're continuing to talk, we are just waiting on a couple of the players so we can start the game. It takes a minute here, but that gives us enough time to kind of talk about what we have and haven't seen change when it comes to metas going way back in the past, even up until now. The thing that's been surprising to me has been these attackers, where we have been seeing a lot of that's where we really see more of the comfort, I think, is from everyone going for that. The Inteleons that we saw the other day, here having the Delphox, where it's almost one of those things that you have to wonder if you want to start banning it, just with how much the team's able to play around it, especially looking at a team like Turkey and how they've built the composition to defend this Delphox at every stage of the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the fact that you have such a good Unite move on it, that Fanciful Fireworks works so well in any kind of stage of the game as soon as you have it up. And it's such a low cooldown. You pair that with Crazy CC and somebody that feels comfortable on that Mon, it is going to cause problems for any team on the field. So that is always the kind of thing that you can look at, right? You are always going to have players that are so good on a Mon that it will make it meta, it will make it a threat. But the fact that it has Crazy CC and one of the best Unite moves in the game at least justifies you looking at a possible ban alongside that. But I don't know, I feel like with the meta we have at the moment being so strong on the all-rounders and the defenders, it's kind of like if you can build a good enough team of just them, it doesn't really matter what you put in this range kind of position. You've got so many mons that can take that role at the moment, Magical, and it seems like it does come more down to who's more comfortable on which one, really.
It really does. I mean, and that is kind of, I think, one thing that people don't realize, especially when you look at a tournament like this, where you have a lot of pro players, but you also have a lot of players that just want to represent their country who are really good. They're really good on certain Pokemon and certain styles. And you start seeing a lot more of the comfort picks and a lot more of these pocket picks that maybe the competitive players just aren't as used to playing against because they don't see it nearly as often.
Yeah, that's it. And this is another thing about sort of regional play, right? And how Pokemon Unite is so different in different regions. Like what you see over in A and NA will be different to what you see in EU and obviously in Asia. And I do feel like with the way that EU plays, they do have those comfortable picks. And you've got the Metamons that everyone's going to look at. But I do still feel like these XEX Mons are not quite on the radar for a lot of the EU side yet. We've got a lot of Zacian and a lot of Miraidon. Outside of that, though, we don't see much more. A little bit of Ho-Ho used in that sort of kind of tank support role, but we don't see any Mewtwo. It's very rare that that comes out. And I have seen other regions managing to cook on that Mewtwo X in that kind of support tank role magical. So teams really do need to sort of look at what other regions are doing and pick it up and practice with it.
I mean, and that is going to be kind of how the meta will shift, especially as we get closer. You were talking about the season starting, where you're going to have a lot more of these competitive games that are showcased and actually get to see real styles, as opposed to just seeing what's in solo queue or what you're playing with your friends, that kind of style. But I'm really curious to see just how strong the XEX Pokemon will remain going forward, but also going into this game 3, as we are ready for the final bout between Team Greece and Team Turkey. Let us know in chat who you are rooting for, as it is all do or die onto the battlefield into this final game of the series.
And what a set of games we have had. This is anybody's game 3 situation. Both teams have put up a monumental fight in both games. It looks like they're going to stick to the bans that they see. Ooh, getting rid of the Miraidon over on the side of Greece. That's interesting.
That's the adaptation that we're finally seeing, is banning away the Miraidon. But on the purple side, as you had called out, Tano, is the big surprise. So, is it going to be one of the other XEX Pokemon, or is it going to be the Umbreon immediately locked in?
Yeah, that's a good pickup, but I wonder what Greece are going to take instead of the Miraidon. That's going to be interesting with what they go for. It looks like Turkey E are going to go for the same kind of plan with a defender and a support. They're going to go for the Mamoswine, give them that really strong CC. I'm really interested that this Blissey is still getting such an early pick.
It just seems like it's that comfort here that Turkey are just happy with. They're very comfortable on having Bliss Assist on their side and really require that when it comes to some of these team fights. It really has been kind of this big factor that's helped survive the backline. But the ultimate adaptation, Greece stealing away Delphox.
And you're not going to feel more respect than when a team takes away your Mon because of how well you've played on it and how well that Mon works, right? They've taken away that. They've got the Gyarados. Greece are going to feel pretty strong with that core section that they've got on their team so far. What a Turkey E going to come back with? And Mew will always be a good decision with the amount of support that can provide to a team.
And the amount of range that you're able to get to, looks like it's going to be the Mew with Buzz. Well, early game for Turkey to punish Magikarp early. They tried it in game 1. It wasn't as successful. They're hoping in game 3 that it will be enough to get them the lead, to get them into the late game.
Let's see what Greece go with. They've got the Clefable. That's so interesting. We rarely see a Clefable. You have to be grouped up to get all that healing, or, you know, when it comes to the gravity. But they pair that yet again with Todoroki being let loose on one of these evolutions.
Yeah, going back to the Glaceon in this game, the deciding factor. I can't believe a deciding game comes down to a Clefable support with a takeaway of Delphox and a final lock-in of Todoroki on Glaceon and a Greninja for Turkey!
This gets me so ridiculously excited, mate. I love the fact that both of these teams have gone for a little bit of unconventionality in these picks. I am so happy with a Greninja pick. Are we going to see Surf? Are we going to go for the Shuriken? They've got that X attack on it. They've just taken off the cookie for the scope lens. I'm so excited for this game.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, couldn't ask for a more exciting game 3 between the two teams just from draft. Normally, it's about the gameplay, but the fact that we are getting both teams, when it's do or die, when it matters most, going for those comfort picks, taking away some picks from others, the respect that they're each giving each other, while at the same time, the disrespect with some of the picks is beautiful.
What a final game of the night, right? What more could we want from this Pokemon Unite tournament? This is going to be amazing, buddy. I don't even know who's going to take this one because either of these comps could work. It's not like one has a massive advantage over the other. This is really going to come down to how well these teams work together, where they play alongside each other as a 5.
I mean, the big thing to me is going to be that if you think about it, this game is going to be down to RNG with Clefable. It's going to be down to how good do you roll in a third game, the ultimate disrespect, like I said, respect and disrespect. As you load up onto the Bay of Sky Ruins, you're hoping that the RNG gods are on your side if you're Team Greece, while Turkey, they're hoping for the same thing but in reverse.
It's crazy. Are we going to have Fly or are we going to have Block? This is going to be such an exciting game. Of course, we see the people taking jungle that you expect to see. If they can get Umbreon online in this bottom lane, it's going to be absolutely needed because Mew and Swinub is going to be so tough for that Finnegan to handle.
As now we're having that early aggression that we expect from the Buzzwole on the top path as they are pushing back in the Magikarp the best they can and trying to delay that Gyarados spike. But they're getting a bit of damage onto Clefairy, scaring away as they are fighting over every bit of experience, securing a little bit, but they've gone for the eject button away out of Magikarp to survive, enabling Todoroki to show up. But guess who's also here? It's our Greninja buddy there for a knockout, giving Chansey some experience and giving Turkey the lead in the top path, while bottom path wins out as well. Luxie was able to get the knockout on Delphox, say, I know how to play that Pokemon, I also know its weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such a tough matchup for Fennekin, to be honest. They need to get Umbreon online, but here we go in the top lane. We've got the Glaceon here. Buzzwole is ready to get funky with it. They've got the super power, and it's going to work a treat for them. Todoroki has to use that eject button to get onto that pad and out of the range of the damage coming their way. Some points going in, though. Blissey is here to provide that healing, and of course, Greninja's got the smoke screen, so you can suspect to see a surf coming out of that frog.
Oh yeah, just gets out of there. Going to be a lot of power early in the game as expected from Turkey, but even more so now that they've gotten those points and they're punishing the Magikarp. Another slam bit of damage, and it is full control by Omnipede in the top path with this poor Magikarp flopping about, hoping to become a big scary pseudo shark, while Clefable might be able to steal away a bit of healing and get one pittance of points dunked.
At least it keeps them away from that Magikarp, right? That's a good distraction coming in from them. A huge beam from that Mew's going to lock in a couple of those. But here we go. Glaceon is going to kite this Greninja to the best of their capability. But of course, with Greninja, the lower your health is, the more damage you're going to drop.
Yeah, ooh, but Pilswine taking a lot of damage right there. Gotta give respect to the range that is still capable out of Greece and almost stealing. Wait, no, they didn't steal that away. I thought they stole that away for a second.
Mew body blocked it. What a good shout by them, making sure they get the XP in return. But this is already a really close game. Glaceon has managed to get there. They've got the level 7. They've got the power spike. If they can get their Unite move for this 7, it's going to be a huge difference. But Piloswine throwing on in to pick up a couple of those. They're going to get KO'd though. And it seems like we're going to have this first objective spawning with a 4v3 down here.
It's not going to be any fight from Turkey. They got chunked out too much by the sure hits as Buzzwole was able to punch away the big pseudo dragon of top lane. But Greece are looking for control of the first Reggie of the game. Reggie should be theirs, but here comes Turkey as that is a glacial zone that has been thrown out. The damage in the back line, but it's going to be the first KO for Greninja. Traded back 1-for-1 at the moment, but you got to be careful. They're looking for a further dive to deny Reggie being secured. Clefable getting right on top of him, but pushed back for a double knockout. That is Turkey taking 2 for themselves on both Greninja and Mew as well as Reggie.
I mean, those surfs are just critical. This is why Greninja is going to be so tough for them to handle. They just need some damage thrown into that team fight, and they're going to get reset galore with that surf, but it is such a fantastic decision from Turkey E to pick that one up.
It is. I mean, it's giving them this early lead that is allowing them to get to some important evolutions. I mean, we already talked about the Greninja before, but the fact that you're getting so close to having Mammothswine, a big front line with the Mammoth Smash, but now it's going to be the smash of Clefable thrown down, but beaten up by the super-powered bug. Even if it was an attempted dive, they're getting so much onto one. It's going to be a snipe from Mew, but the sure hit, secure 1, making 2 for the side of Greece, throwing it right back, looking for the dive, but it's the Piloswine, still only Piloswine, finally getting taken down by Team Greece.
What a fantastic play from Greece. This is it, mate. The fanciful fireworks has come to play. They're going to have that so often. They've got gravity. When you push a team fight, it might not go your way. The CC with a fire spin is going to be enough to make that Gyarados get away from any superpower that might show their face. Todoroki going plus ultra on that Lecky. They're going to take that one. They could push this goal if they so want to, but the beams from the Mew are going to put up a huge defense for Turkey E.
They don't have their Clefable right now, so it's going to be a 4v5 with a nice bit of damage that bounced back in, but losing out Gyarados and Umbreon. Sure hits, nearly securing the Pilswine. It does in fact get that, and they are going to still be alive here for Greece, holding out hope to make sure that they are not falling behind. They are starting to catch up in experience.
We're going to see somebody try to go for an overcap here. Delphox fancied it, but they decided against it. They saw Turkey E were camping out, prepared for anyone that wants to make an approach onto that pad. We have 7 seconds before this basement Reggie spawns. We're going to have a bit of a defender fight off down there at the moment whilst we grab all of this farm from the side of Greece. These beams from Mew have been so good so far, though, Magical.
So much damage that is getting thrown out, and this is kind of what we have seen already from Mew, especially against those that are trying to stay away. But Greninja trying to deny and does find the snipe as they are now the Speedster continuing to push the attention back on to Glaceon, but it's going to be in the dives that make sure they get 2. So both Glaceon and Clefable are gone, and the further kill, another knockout on to Delphox.
Good cleanup by Turkey E there. They didn't manage to grab the Delphox before they scored though, so goodbye to the T1, but they've now rotated down for this Reggie Rock. We're going to see them go straight onto it whilst the Mamoswine and that Blissey go for the zoning. They have the Rip, they've got the Greninja, here comes the Mew as well, they've got the Beam for the Secure. Are they going to get it? Of course they are. Good effort from Umbreon, but unfortunately too much Secure from Turkey E.
But Greece had their Gyarados that whole time in the top path that was able to get a nice 40 dunked in. So taking a bit of the lead away from Turkey, where it seemed like it was the better play for them. But Greece hold on hope that they are going to be the team that continue to scale, especially built upon this Delphox.
Absolutely, and look how close this game is though still. We're at the 3-minute mark. We've just seen a Regieleki spawn in that top lane, and it's still so close between these teams. Level-wise, score-wise, they're going to take down the Mamoswine down here. They can now push that pad and go for some good scores, can Greece, but Turkey E are ready for this Lecky spawning. They've just got the Gyarados they need to zone out. Buzzwell's going to try and do that. They're going to try and get some points into this pad, buddy, while they lock down a KO. There comes the Unite move. Gyarados is going back to that Pokemon Center, and we're going to try and get some quick mass into this to get an overcap.
Ooh, big overcap there. That keeps this game very close for Turkey, but it could be the rotation. No, Greece deciding not. They don't have that diver that can get on top of someone like Mew, and they're so worried, especially because it's a level 14 Greninja for Turkey.
Yeah, that's gonna cook as we come into this Rayquaza fight. All they need is Buzzwell to get on in there, get a massive superpower off with that Unite move, and we can see some surfs and some resets on that Greninja to clean up a team fight. They need to be cautious of the CC that's gonna come their way, but this is gonna be such an interesting battle over this big green dragon.
That's what I'm looking at, and for Turkey, you feel confident in this game, but don't do what Greece did before and think that you had the lead and then not go for the final push. You got to make sure you're pushing that attention onto these objectives, especially now that they're about to spawn.
Absolutely. They're going to get that acknowledgement that they're at least not in the lead. So they need to do something. Somebody has to make a decision. It has to be some sort of engage. Look at Gyarados and that Buzzwell prepared for anything pushing that top pad, getting ready for any kind of flank that they can drop. But we've just got too much patience from them right now. They're waiting for an engage from Greece, but they're not going to go for it. They know they're in the lead.
And the thing is, both teams are dead even in experience. Only now as they're a little bit of a lead for Blissey over Greece. But it is going to be so important for Turkey to start up the objective. They've been hitting it a little bit, getting damage onto Rayquaza. They're hoping these snipes are going to be enough. But Clefable throws down a bit of Moonlight to try to help out the team, getting enough attention. But Mew trying to snipe some damage as they try to go for the engage from a Blazer. But that's going to be the Mammoth match, helping them out as they try to see if they can turn it around. But it's all this damage onto Umbreon, not the target you need. Mew is able to get away from the Gyarados, who gets a huge knock-up. But the superpower Unite move almost turns it around. But Gyarados is level 14. The dives are there. Fire Spin health double knockout for Greece to maintain control of the lead, while Greninja gets chased away and it cannot get the points dunked in.
All Greece need to do is defend this Rayquaza, buddy. They do have Greninja still on the field on Turkey E, so they have that lock-in with a Unite move if they can farm it back. Look at the Gyarados, not the Gyarados, the Glaceon going for the 100. We've got 30 seconds left, buddy. They're going for the rip finally. Bastion's going to try and get a lock-in on this. They do have the surge, but there's a bounce from the Gyarados. Who's going to do it? Of course, it is Greece that lock in the Rayquaza. That's going to be a shame from Turkey E, but of all the Mons, it's the Cafable that locks in the big green dragon.
And it's Greece that lock in the series with that. They will take game 3 and they will defeat Turkey 2-1 in such a brilliant battle from both teams.
That set was just absolute cinema, buddy. That was an amazing set from Turkey and Greece. It came down to the wire yet again, literally seconds, and people were scoring points in that game. That's how close it ended up being in the end. What a fantastic set from both teams.
Really was. It was wonderful to watch that. Even getting a Greninja there in our final game. These pocket picks, Clefable versus Greninja, but really it was Todoroki, and I'd say it was Napier as well on this Gyarados that were like the kings, the MVP of that final game.
Yeah, it's so tough to handle it. I feel like both teams had some good carries on that squad, but Greece managing to just take that one in the final seconds of that game. They are going to go on through, and unfortunately, Turkey E are not going to be able to win this set.
No, they are not, but man, look at Todoroki. 40% of the team's damage. Those sure hit a lot of damage for the team and enables his victory for Greece 2-1. And the fact that we had so many 2-1s today, such close battles for our final series of the day, especially for our final series of Stage 3, has been really fun to watch.
It really has. It's been uncontestable of Pokemon Unite action. It's been a blast. Look how close that game was until we hit that Rayquaza battle in those final 2 minutes. It is just completely different. And what a battle from both these squads. Today has been a fantastic showing for the Unity European Cup. It's been amazing, mate. It's been a joy to cast. I hope you've all enjoyed watching it because these teams have been really putting it all out there in these games.
They really have been. I mean, it shows just how much the players care too with how much they put into these battles, and just honestly makes it fun to watch when it's so close that these teams are neck and neck throughout it all, and even having some near upsets. I mean, people consider this an upset. Greece beating Turkey, we were talking about it before, that they were the underdogs, but honestly, I look at both teams as being so close with one another, and it could have gone either way. It's just how you play on a given day, and today was Greece's day.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. But that is going to be everything for today, chat. So this has been the Unity European Cup hosted by Unity Clash and sponsored by Noun. So a huge shout out to them and a huge shout out to all of you watching. I've been Spartan Tano. He's been Mad Magical, and we've been an absolute joy to cast for you today. We will be back for some more action, I believe, even next week or the coming week, but we will be back next week. There we go. So join us then. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. We will catch you on the next one.